3 tornado, and that was by the National Weather Service in Green Bay. It had peak winds of 140 miles an hour, but we're going to put this in the perspective for you because there's ranges, right, for the enhanced Fujita scale. That is what the EF stands for, and with that, it has a range of estimated winds that the National Weather Service goes out. They analyze the data of the damage, and based on what is damage, they're able to assess it and know what kind and how fast winds need to be to cause that damage to a certain material. So in this case, we had winds of 140 miles an hour, and that again is between that range of 136 to 165 miles an hour, which would categorize this tornado as an EF3. Now we've kind of classified these in 3 different ways. So an EF0, EF1, we've had those before. That's typically what we see in these big lines that move through where we get a quick spin up tornado. Those are normally weak, but in this case, we had a stronger tornado with more damage, more extensive damage for that town. As we start to see that scale go up even higher to an EF4 and EF5, that means our winds are even stronger, approaching that 200 mile an hour mark. That means it is violent. So we were still at a very strong tornado despite not being in the violent phase. And an EFU tornado, sometimes we get that. That means that we don't know what the actual wind speeds are because there's no damage to assess. That's usually something what we'll see if a tornado forms and it goes through a field. So you cannot determine a tornado's strength on the enhanced Fujita scale just by looking at it. And that's one of the biggest things is you can send in pictures, you can analyze things like what's on radar, but you really can't assess the strength of it until after it's already passed and that damage is assessed itself. So that's a little bit of information, at least for tornadoes. Now, while that tornado was again just north of our viewing area, we had a large line of damage reports from trees that were knocked over to lots of large hail, and the sky was even tinted green at times. That's usually a sign that a storm has a lot of hail in it and a lot of lightning. We had some viewer photos sent in. This was from Carmen in Kern Park. Yes, this tree almost split into 2, and there was many areas where there was tree damage that needs to be cleaned up today. In terms of large hail, Gina sent this in from Mayville, a very large hailstone here where you can see the formation, and actually on our website as well as our Facebook page and mine as well, I wrote a story up today about why hail looks the way it does and why is it the color the way it is, because notice we have another hailstone, looks a little different, not as flat, more round, and it doesn't have as many clear spots. This is from Jeremy and Ashapon. All hail forms as raindrops are lofted into the updraft of a storm. It then turns into a portion of ice because of this very cold temperatures, and it interacts with water droplets, creating it to get bigger and bigger. But depending on the updraft, depending on the environment of the storm, all these things can impact how the balls, or ice balls as I also like to call them, form, how they may have a spiky shape, a smooth shape, why they may be more white, that means they have more air bubbles in them. All these things can alter how the hail looks. So in one area, the hail may look white, the other area, it may look more translucent, but we had our own fair share of some damage to clean up from as well. The good news today, Haley, is things are a little bit calmer and a little bit cooler near the lakefront. We're 72 Milwaukee Racine. We're starting to reach into the upper 70s inland, short to be the low 80s because the lake breeze isn't going to impact the inland areas as much, but it is going to be a beautiful day. Sunshine is back. I will say this though, we're going to talk about this coming up within the hour. Winds out of the northeast, that is going to create dangerous swim conditions. So any of our areas today in Lake Michigan, it's not going to be great to swim. In fact, it could be hazardous for your life as high waves and dangerous currents could be the big factor. The good news, the weather is calm. We are starting to see less smoke in the air. So for those who maybe have to go out and clean up today, it is not looking at being a big problem, especially with the current weather conditions that we are having now.
It is nice to have a little bit of the calm, after the storm really here today.
Yeah.
Wanted to ask you too, because obviously we've been covering the devastation up in Menasha and in Appleton where they saw that EF3 tornado. Milwaukee County, definitely grateful and lucky not to see that tornadic damage here. We did see a lot of that just heavy downpour of rain yesterday in our area. We've been talking about how much we needed rain in the month of July. We were the second driest on record for a while there. Does it hurt, though, when you get that much water so quickly?
Yeah, so it actually does. What I'll pull up, let me walk to the side here, and I'm going to pull it up on our screen to talk a little bit about the precipitation because, believe it or not, it was a soaker yesterday. If this pops up, there we go. Eastern half of the state. I know we're focused on southeast Wisconsin, but if I were to draw this all the way up to northern portions of Wisconsin, everyone closer to the lake had very heavy rainfall because of these storms. And in fact, Milwaukee even had a record daily rainfall that was at 1.75 inches. The previous record was 1.5 inches set back in 2011. Now, we are still in moderate and abnormally dry drought conditions across southeast Wisconsin and many other areas of the state. You may think, just like you mentioned, well, if we get rain, that's going to fix the problem. That's actually not how that works. Think of if you've ever been to areas like New Mexico, Arizona, Texas, you know how dry their soil is? And a lot of times areas in the Southwest get flooding because when soil is very dry, if you pour water on it, instead of absorbing down into that soil, it actually spreads out and can create flooding. So this is exactly what we've had in our situation, is we've had a long duration of very, very dry conditions. In fact, before yesterday, you were close, Haley. I know you're not a meteorologist, so I'm not going to be angry at this, but we were the driest July on record. We were second for a while, and if we didn't have the rain yesterday, we would have been the driest. But while the rain is helpful in some cases, it actually can create worse conditions by allowing that water, instead of absorbing down, it comes down so fast the ground just can't absorb it, and much like a desert kind of climate, it spreads out and can cause more flooding. So we had some issues, yes, with again, not only maybe some flooding in some spots, you may even see some low-lying spots with still water in it today, but between the tree damage and the large hail, we still have cleanup in our areas here as well. Now, unfortunately, yes, it is going to be a lot worse near Menasha, but this is why we do what we do, right? We had Rob and Tom and Steph here working really hard yesterday to make sure that everyone stayed safe.
Yes, absolutely. That's why we're so grateful for you guys. You do a great job of letting us know when it is not safe to travel, when we need to get into our safe spaces. Even yesterday, when this tornado warning kind of made its way down from the Appleton area into Fond du Lac County, we weren't caught by surprise. Stephanie had told us that was the expectation. And again, certainly our hearts just go out to Appleton and to Menasha, and those areas hit so heavy. We'll make sure and get some live reports out of those areas soon. But Lisa, thanks so much for kind of catching us up to speed on what we know so far about this storm.
Yeah, of course. Now we'll talk about, I think, a better page in the book coming up with the weather, but also the chance of more storms. So stay tuned this next hour, and I'll give you all that information.
All right, looking forward to it. Definitely a month to be weather aware, really a season to be weather aware. Things change so quickly, and we are definitely not out of the woods just yet. Do want to let you know, just into our newsroom, and we'll work on getting you a little bit more information shortly. Governor Evers has officially declared a state of emergency in response to these severe storms throughout eastern Wisconsin. We'll work to get you some kind of quotes from Governor Evers here shortly. In the meantime, of course, the other big topic remains these We Energies outages. 41,311 people without power here at 12:11 in the afternoon. Majority of these coming out of Kenosha County, where 21,187 customers are in the dark. Want to go ahead and actually play you a video from We Energies where they kind of explain what's going on with these power outages and how they work to repair them as quickly as possible.
Non-stop after severe thunderstorms swept across Wisconsin, causing widespread power outages. Some of the most severe damages here in Appleton and the Fox cities. As you can see on this roadway, a destructive storm completely snapped an entire line of utility poles, bringing down power lines and scattering trees and limbs all across this roadway. Our crews are continuing to tackle these challenges head on. They're working quickly and safely to make repairs and restore power to all of our customers who have been affected by these very damaging storms. If you're without power, you can use the We Energies app or our online outage map That way you can get updates and information about your specific outage, as well as the repairs that our crews are making all across the state. We sincerely appreciate your patience as our crews tackle this extensive damage and work around the clock until every last customer has their power restored. If you encounter a piece of downed electrical equipment, stay at least 25 feet away and report it to We Energies or a local law enforcement agency right away. Again, we sincerely appreciate your patience as we work around the clock to restore power to you.
Again, that is the latest there from We Energies as they kind of explain that they are working so hard right now to try and get those numbers down as quickly as possible. We should note, We Energies does not actually supply power to Menasha. That is a different company there. So they can't help necessarily some of those outages where we have just seen images that are wrecked for this community of just complete power lines down. But it's going to be really full systems that are going to have to be rebuilt. But again, Brendan Conway is going to join us in about an hour and a half. He is with We Energies, kind of explaining the very latest this afternoon and also how this is an all hands on deck situation. They've got people coming in from other states here to Wisconsin to help us all get our lights on as quickly as possible. As we head to a quick break, as a reminder, just into our newsroom, Governor Evers officially declaring a state of emergency here in response to these severe storms throughout eastern Wisconsin. Going to actually pull up for you a full screen that our producer Maddie is working on so quickly. Again, this is coming from Governor Evers. This is his executive order now number 300, where he's declared a state of emergency after this EF3 tornado, saying this emergency declaration will ensure every available resource is deployed so we can respond quickly to the needs on the ground. And I want to thank the neighbors, emergency and first responders, local partners, and volunteers who are already working to help to restore essential services, clean up neighborhoods, and assess the damages. He goes on to say, together, we will recover and recover stronger. And I ask everyone to keep the families and communities affected in your thoughts over the coming days and weeks as they rebuild. I think a good reminder there that these storms, they rip through an area in a matter of minutes, sometimes, an hour, but they leave behind damage that is going to take months, if not years sometimes, to build back together. So that kind of patience and a reminder to help our neighbors when we can. I always say the silver lining in some of these devastating events is the good that comes out in humanity, that neighbors helping neighbors. We've seen the Piggly Wiggly offering, free water right now to anyone in Menasha. Again, it puts everything in perspective too. We think about how hard our lives can be, and suddenly, there's people who just want water and food and electricity, the basic needs. And right now they might be without all of those things in some of these areas hit by that EF3 tornado. So again, officially that state of emergency declared by Governor Evers, our big story of the day. And we are going to continue to cover that for you here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. We'll be on all the way this afternoon through 4 p.m. That's when our afternoon newscast will start, also covering the big story for you as well. For now, we'll take a quick break. We'll be back with more news in just 2 minutes.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. Haley Spittler here with you at 12:17 on your Tuesday afternoon. I'll be with you all the way until 2 p.m. today, and then Maddie Stealth taking over. She will get you to 4 as we continue to cover just a myriad of stories and big news headlines that you really should know about this afternoon. Something we're monitoring and we're waiting to begin here shortly. That's our photojournalist, Matt List, making a little cameo. We are at Good Hope Public Library. This is one of a couple of early in-person voting locations in the city of Milwaukee, because today is the first day you can go and early vote in person. Of course, on the ballot is that race to be the next governor of Wisconsin. So you can either choose to vote for one of the Democrat candidates or one of the Republican candidates. We are expecting to hear from Mayor Cavalier Johnson just about the importance of getting out and getting to the polls to make sure you get your vote in, whether you do that on Election Day coming up here in 2 weeks from today, or if you do it early by going to one of these voting sites early. Again, our big story of the day continues to be talking about just the devastation of that EF3 tornado in Menasha yesterday and in Appleton. The photos, the images are heartbreaking to see, and we're continuing to get new updates in that as well, talking more to the Red Cross coming up shortly as they've opened some shelters there, trying to help anyone who really needs a place to be right now. And if you missed it before we took the break there, Governor Evers moments ago officially declaring a state of emergency because of these severe storms in eastern Wisconsin. I'm going to go ahead and just read this to you one more time. He says this emergency declaration will ensure that every available resource is deployed so we can respond quickly to the needs on the ground. And I want to thank the neighbors, emergency and first responders, local partners and volunteers who are already working to help to restore essential services, clean up neighborhoods, and assess the damages. Together, we will recover and recover stronger. And I ask everyone to keep the families and communities affected in your thoughts over the coming days and weeks as they rebuild. And really speaking of those families who are rebuilding in that community, I want to go ahead and bring in our reporter, Stephanie Quirk, who is back inside our weather truck here. Stephanie, you spent all morning out and about in Menasha talking to some of these people who are just going through absolute devastation, upheaval as they now work to kind of pick up the pieces. So tell me a little bit more about your morning, kind of what you saw, who you were able to talk to, and kind of your main takeaways here.
Hey, yes, thank you for having me. Right now, it's kind of the tail end for the day, and for folks watching who I might not be a familiar face on Wild. That's because I'm the morning reporter for FOX6, and then we have photojournalist Copen. So just getting there, the second that we pulled up, it was shortly after 6 a.m. this morning, and I honestly I got choked up, because it's just, I've never seen devastation so widespread. So just getting our boots on the ground is so important. One thing too of note is so many roads are blocked off because there's so many down trees, down power lines, and just debris in the roads, you name it. It's preventing emergency crews from getting to the damage to clean up in order to kind of start restoring. So that was a challenge too, even getting in here. But also just I think the biggest takeaway would be just, I've never seen such widespread damage, but also such a powerful, you hear the line, when tragedy strikes, a community comes together, but really seeing that here today throughout our coverage and this morning. Haley.
Yeah, tell me a little bit more about some of the conversations that you just had with the people who live in Menasha, call this home. For us as reporters, I sometimes say we have the easy job because we go in after the storm. We didn't have to necessarily experience, and then we get to go back to our homes, which are still there, still all put together. But for the people who live there, this is their new reality.
Right, and that's such a good way to put it, because and that's something that I think is so important to have always in the back of your mind as a reporter, and in cases like this it just holds true, because you see so many homes just on top of homes, cars flipped over, just completely destroyed, so much damage. But it's not just looking at the damage as damage, it's the fact that there's a person behind the damage, right? That's somebody's car, that's a family's home. Who knows? And I think that talking to some of the people today, that was the biggest thing. That I obviously can only say so much about what I'm seeing, but people who are recounting their experiences when the storm hit and what they're seeing in their community that they spent years in, they live in, is such a different message. And I think that through our interviews this morning, I mean, I heard one man who said that he was in his room when the storm hit, second floor, and he doesn't have a basement, so he just went into his bathroom, he went into his tornado safe spot, but then the wind pulled him. This was on Plank Road where all that devastation is, probably the worst we saw. Pulled him out, and so he hurt his knee, but then people were yelling back and forth when it passed, are you okay, are you okay? And then he looked and it was just complete devastation. And he told me that he got a 4-pack of beer, his cat, and he went to his dad's. And then he worked today. And which is just crazy. There's just so many stories of people just that inspire you. I mean, gosh, I'm remembering so many. I could go on for hours about this, Haley.
I think what stands out to me there, Stephanie, as you describe what sounds terrifying to have to be in your home, in your safe space, knowing that a storm that's causing severe damage is coming right past you, is that immediately after the initial thought was, let's go check on our neighbors, let's make sure everyone's okay. And I think the silver lining to report is that so far there are 0 fatalities that we know of from this EF3 tornado. Certainly there is extensive damage, but it's lives that matter at the end of the day, and it seems like everybody has made it out of this storm safely. So, Steph, we appreciate your reporting all morning long. We should note, you guys pulled over right now because I know you're going to do a little bit of a vehicle swap with Bria Jones and her photojournalist. They're going to take that car back.
Yes.
They're going to go right back to Menasha, so our reporting is not done for the day. You, though, have earned a nice long nap after a lot of hours of work. So, Stephanie, thanks so much for joining us here on the live desk and letting us know kind of what you saw this morning.
Thank you so much for having me. It's good to be back on the live desk.
It is. It's been a minute. Stephanie's right. Once you kind of took over that early morning wake-up slot, we haven't seen her as often, so we appreciate her hopping on here for a couple moments. As I mentioned, Bria Jones on her way up to these areas impacted. So is Christina Van Zel. So we'll have 2 crews there this afternoon. Both of them are going to hop on the live desk as they're able to let us know kind of the stories that they're working on. And, of course, just being our eyes and our ears there as we tell the stories of those that are going through just an unbelievably hard time now as they pick up the pieces and they work on recovering from this EF3 tornado. In the meantime, I want to get you out to a live event happening right now. This is the Rotary Club of Milwaukee, and they are currently talking all things kind of safety and prevention when it comes to those pesky scams. So we'll listen into some of their advice here for just a couple minutes, and then we'll get you out to another live event happening soon.
After a scholarship session, so he's not here with us. He graduated from Bradley Tech School and is studying nursing at UW-Stevens Point this fall. His mentor will be Kip Kussman, and he is a Gordon and Elizabeth Smith Scholar. Our 5th scholar is Akili Nelson Thomas. Akili is a graduate of Rufus King High School and is attending Alverno College, where she is also majoring in nursing. Her mentor is Art Cerna, and she joins us as the first Christine Heinrichs Scholar. Number 6 is Kenesha Taylor. Kenesha graduated from Pulaski High School and will be studying nursing at Alverno. Her mentor is Melinda Eskra, and she is our Carol James Scholar. And our 7th scholar is Shondell Williams. He's a graduate of Riverside University High School. He's going to be attending Wisconsin Lutheran College to major in sports excellence. Mentored by Carol Alexander Barnes, Shondell is our A.D. Robertson Fund Scholar. You can clap now. Yeah, so we want to welcome the scholars and their families for joining us here, and really excited about the journey that's beginning over the next few years as we mentor and guide you to success. Thanks very much, Beth.
Thank you, Matt, and welcome again, scholars. It has been a busy summer at Rotary. Last Thursday, the Rotary Club of Milwaukee was honored as a finalist for the Small Nonprofit of the Year at the Biz Times Nonprofit Excellence Awards. Rotary was well represented that afternoon. Chuck Rydell was nominated for Corporate Volunteer of the Year. Luis Ayala and La Causa won the Large Nonprofit Organization of the Year. And Hannah Paul won the Next Generation Leadership Award. Congratulations to all who were recognized. It was truly inspiring to be a part of such an outstanding group. That same day, Rotarians toured the Chipstone Foundation, where we received a behind-the-scenes look at the collection, the history of the home, and the foundation's ongoing work preserving and sharing American art and craftsmanship. Thank you to Angie Tornes for organizing the tour. I don't know if Angie's here today, but thank you. All right. Looking ahead, on August 6th, we have 2 great events to look forward to. The Peace Builder Connector is a new Rotary group focused on building relationships, learning about peace, and taking action in our community. Their next gathering will take place at Kinship Cafe on Thrive on King, where they will discuss the next module of Rotary International's Positive Peace Academy. Then, later that afternoon, Rotarians will volunteer at the Guest House of Milwaukee by assembling hygiene packets for people experiencing homelessness. We need 10 volunteers, and children over 10 are welcome. This is also a good project for anyone who would prefer to sit while they are assembling the packets. Please sign up at the registration table if you would like to volunteer. For details on these events and more, please check out the flyer on your tables. And finally, thanks to Anne Marie Moss, Executive Director of the Vince Lombardi Cancer Foundation, who will manage the microphone today during the Q&A. Q&A is a very important part of our meetings, and we want to ensure as many members as possible can participate. Please prepare your questions in
Obviously,
advance.
Rotary Club of Milwaukee here is still kind of getting this meeting underway. They will be talking all about how to keep yourself safe from scams, how to make sure you're not falling victim to them, just all the prevention tips and red flags to be on the lookout for. We're going to take a quick break, then we'll get you back out to this meeting as we also keep our eyes on the library, where we do expect to hear from Mayor Cavalier Johnson about early in-person voting. Stay with us.
Live Desk.
Hey everybody, welcome welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. Haley Spittler here with you at 12:31 on your Tuesday afternoon. In a little bit, we'll have a couple more reports coming from our two reporters on their way to Menasha to continue to just cover the devastation of that EF3 tornado that hit around this time yesterday. Of course, it was during the Wisconsin Live Desk that Stephanie and Rob and Tom Walks, all of our weather experts, were doing a great job letting us know about these storms, how to keep ourselves safe, and letting us know when it was eventually safe for us to go back outside or back to our commutes, whatever our day kind of held. So again, we'll have some more live reports coming from those areas in just a little bit. We're also continuing to monitor here Good Hope Public Library. This is one of your early voting in-person sites that you can go starting today to cast your ballot. We do expect Mayor Cavalier Johnson to be here shortly. As you can see, certainly they're ready for him, lots of media ready, so we'll keep our eye and see when he makes an appearance here and bring you this kind of message from him about early voting and just voting in general in just a little bit. So in the meantime, while we wait for those things, we'll go back here to the Rotary Club of Milwaukee and listen into their meeting where they're talking all about how to keep you, your family, your loved ones safe from scammers, those hackers who will do anything to steal your money and your personal private information.
$1 is a statistical drop in the bucket unless it happens to you. And then it becomes an ocean on your head. You may or may not survive it. How you get to that point is what you do with this communication. We weren't raised with these. We're learning on as we go. Some more numbers, 70% plus of Americans, right? Adults see this. More significantly, half of the $1 trillion of scams in this country. They had a head start, the scammers did, but we're teaching. My coworker Jeff and I speak combined 500 times a year. Not nearly enough, but it's a start, because with our education, each one of you doesn't have to worry about the person next to you, what the government's doing, what I'm telling you. You only have to worry about your communication habits. We'll throw them out here next couple minutes. By the way, we get reports, so you get numbers, but they're skewed because most people who get scammed don't go, you know what I got to do? I got to call Consumer Protection so their numbers are right. We like you to report it, but if you don't, and most don't, we have to kind of guesstimate. This problem is real. The control of whether it happens.
Again, this is the Rotary Club of Milwaukee. Want to get us back out to the Good Hope Public Library because look who has appeared, ready to, I assume, cast his ballot here. Mayor Cavalier Johnson is at the library, obviously drawing quite the crowd and some attention here as he goes to cast his in-person early ballot. Day one of that just kicking off. So again, this is one of the sites you can go to if you vote in the city of Milwaukee. Should note with early voting, it's a little bit different than when you go on actual election day because you can go to any polling location in your city that is convenient for you. You don't have to go to your designated polling site. Now, if you do go 2 weeks from today on the 11th, that Tuesday, that is election day, you do have to go to your designated kind of polling location there. But again, Mayor Cavalier Johnson seeming to greet some other people in line here ready to cast their ballots. Imagine showing up at this time just trying to do your civic duty and suddenly all these cameras are capturing you cast your ballot. Does look like he's now making his way back over to the podium here, so we'll listen in as he might have a couple of remarks about early voting or just voting in general. Obviously a very important gubernatorial race on the ballot, whether you're voting for a Republican or a Democrat. Both parties have different candidates you need to choose from. Certainly seeing the Democrat candidates shake up these last couple of weeks as we reported on a couple of people dropping out, and of course Cavalier Johnson eventually re-entering the race after he had dropped out, and now he's back in it. So again, we'll listen in here as I assume Mayor Johnson has a couple of remarks to make. If I said that Cavalier Johnson rejoin the gubernatorial race, let me correct myself. It's David Crowley. That is Milwaukee County Executive. The two are very close friends. However, Mayor Johnson is not running for governor. Sometimes you just get your names mixed up. Cavalier Johnson is back in the race. And we'll listen in here to Mayor Johnson.
So thank you all for being here this is afternoon now. So early voting is underway here in Milwaukee for the August primary, and voters in Milwaukee can cast their ballots at our early voting sites, including the Good Hope Library, which we're at today, which I intend to cast my ballot at today. I want every single eligible voter to participate in this election, especially in the governor's election that we have coming up. There are legislative races as well. Very important. I want voters across Milwaukee to be involved, engaged, and to cast their ballots. Of course, folks can do that on Election Day, next week, Tuesday, August 11th. You can do it at your regular polling location if you choose to do that. However, it's just as easy to vote. It's just as easy to vote early. To get that done, you can, again, pop by one of our early voting sites. Your ballot will be counted. It'll be ready when you get it done by voting early. In the most recent election, unfortunately, we saw this issue where there were hundreds of ballots in Milwaukee that were delivered late by the post office. And unfortunately, those votes did not get counted. I want every single person in Milwaukee's vote to count. And so that's why we're bringing attention to voting early. That starts, again, today here in the city. So if you do vote absentee by mail, please, please, please make sure you get those ballots turned in as quickly as you possibly can. If you can do it today, please make sure you put those ballots in the mail today. As an alternative, you can use one of the Election Commission's official drop boxes to make sure that your vote gets counted. As a matter of fact, when I was coming up here just a little bit ago, I saw a citizen taking their mail-in ballot and putting it in one of our drop boxes, the one here at Good Hope Library. So they are located at libraries across the city. Please make sure that you take the opportunity to use that if you're not dropping it in the mail today. If you're not putting it in the mail today, I just want to put a fine point on this because I don't want votes to get lost or to be delivered late. So if you're not putting it in the mail today, please make sure that you put it inside of one of our official drop boxes. And early in-person voting is another option. Again, that's what I'm going to be doing today here at Good Hope. So those locations are these. There are 6 all across the city, conveniently located for folks in Milwaukee. Good Hope Library here at 7715 West Good Hope Road. The Midtown Voting Center at 4170 North 56th Street. The Tippecanoe Library at 3912 South Howell. The Washington Park Senior Center, 4420 West Fleet. Down on the south side at the Zablocki Library, 3501 West Oklahoma Avenue. And downtown at the Zeidler Municipal Building, 841 North Broadway. The hours vary at each of these early voting locations, so I want people to make sure that they check out our website just to be sure that they're getting there in the time that the locations are open. You can find that out by visiting the website. Again, it's milwaukee.gov/early voting. Or folks can call and to get that information, 414-286-VOTE, or that's 414-286-8683. Again, 414-286-8683. Early voting sites, again, they're open starting today, and they'll be open through Sunday, August 9th. So really, really important. I want people across Milwaukee to let their voices be heard in this election, and I'll be doing my civic duty by voting in just a little bit. Any questions? It's been a very interesting political cycle, this go around. So I'm looking forward to the debate tonight. I think we've got an opportunity for candidates to get their message to be seen in one central location on your air, as a matter of fact, across the state. So I'm looking forward to checking out the debate on Channel 12 tonight.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Now I'll vote.
Again, listening in there to Mayor Cavalier Johnson just talk about the importance of voting, especially just making sure that your ballot's going to get returned in time for it to be counted. Now we kind of watch the behind-the-scenes moment here on the live desk as the cameras move around. All these photojournalists making sure to get that moment where they're going to catch Mayor Cavalier Johnson casting his ballot this afternoon on day one of early in-person voting. Obviously, voting absentee by mail has already been underway, but this is the first day of in-person early voting. As I mentioned before, if this is something that you want to do, go vote in person. You can go to any of the polling sites in your city. You don't have to go to the one that you're assigned to. But if you're going to vote on Election Day 2 weeks from today, August 11th, then you do need to go to your designated polling site. But here you can see Mayor Johnson just joining the line, chatting with some other people, getting ready to cast their ballots. And he's going to go in there shortly and vote for who he wants to be the next governor of Wisconsin, because again, that is on the ballot as we talk about different races that we're tracking Certainly, as I mentioned before, on the Democrat side of this race, there's been some shakeups in recent weeks. We saw Sarah Rodriguez, current lieutenant governor, actually drop out of the race after some kind of financial issues and some problems with her campaign manager came to light. And then we saw the Milwaukee County Executive David Crowley, who had previously ended his campaign, re-enter the race to be the next governor of Wisconsin, and this time getting that endorsement by Governor Tony Evers. Governor Evers did not endorse anyone for about a year, but ultimately decided that he did want to back David Crowley to be the Democrat candidate to take on whoever the Republicans choose this fall. Most likely, that would be Tom Tiffany, congressman here. He is facing Andy Mansky on the Republican side of things. So again, we've brought you some of those Marquette University Law School polls, which the most recent one wasn't quite accurate, at least for the Democrat side of things, because it still had Sarah Rodriguez running. It did not have David Crowley running. But again, as a quick reminder, tomorrow we're expecting to get a new poll that will have those kind of candidates swapped out, and we'll see where people are still thinking they're going to do cast their ballot, who they're going to vote for. But I will say a majority of people still say they are undecided just 2 weeks out now from Election Day. Not these folks, though. They are showing up today because they know who they're going to vote for. Do appreciate seeing Mayor Cavalier Johnson waiting in the line, just like everybody else. No special treatment here, even if you are the mayor of Milwaukee. We'll keep our eye on that feed and see if we can bring you the moment that he casts his ballot. In the meantime, though, I want to get us out to, of course, our big story of the day. We've been covering it all morning on Wake Up, and of course, it was the story of Wisconsin Live Desk yesterday, and that was that severe weather, which ultimately we have now learned was an EF3 tornado really hitting Appleton and Menasha hard. The devastation is so hard to see. It breaks your heart for the people who live there. And as I mentioned, we have 2 more crews on their way up this afternoon to continue telling the story for us in all of our afternoon newscasts, including here Christina Van Zelst joining us on the live desk. You're on the road, I should mention, not driving. Her photojournalist is doing that, making your way up to these areas that were hardest hit. But I know you actually stopped earlier on in the journey. You actually talked to the Iron Ridge chief. And tell me about how people are really just doing whatever they can to help out these areas hardest hit, even if it's not their own community, Christina.
Yeah, Haley, we, as you mentioned, just are leaving an interview with the Iron Ridge chief, and he is the coordinator for a MABUS division, which means he is the person who is coordinating local fire departments closer to and in our viewing area. So you think Dodge County, the Lamira Fire Department, his fire department, Knowles, a couple other ones listed in there, that he's coordinating those people to get up to the Neenah Menasha area where they were helping provide resources. So their role and what he did last night from midnight to 8 this morning was they were bringing tenders, which are big vehicles filled with water. In case there was a fire in the Menasha area, they would have the water for it because their water in the area was actually damaged. The building supply, that utility, was damaged. You know, there's a boil advisory in effect in Menasha too. So their role was they showed up to the 2 stations, one in Menasha, one in Neenah, and basically were on standby with those tenders, those trucks with the water supply in case they were needed. They did not end up getting called out, but they were talking with a lot of other crews there who were on ATVs responding. And he said one of the best things he heard last night was that nobody was injured. They were not being called out to any medical calls, fire crews on the ATVs. So that was a good thing. And he said it's just really in such devastation. One positive thing is how these fire departments can come together from across the state and show up, know their role, and to just help and provide resources. And so they're back today after being there for about an 8-hour shift. And I asked, does he expect them to be called out again? Unsure. It sounds like now that some time has passed, there is a little bit more staffing in the Menasha Neenah area, but they're just on standby now. So there are other crews that took over after they left, all part of this MABUS program where he called it interdivisional. So that's where surrounding counties are responding to help provide resources. In this case, it was the water supply, but other departments are doing different things. So that's the summary of the interview we just had. We are still on our way to Menasha. We're about 25 minutes from the area there. So we will, I know, be joining you again with a look at the damage and where it stands at this hour. But that is how people in our viewing area are helping respond to just that damage today.
Yeah, I mean, quite beautiful, Christina, to hear of everybody answering the call no matter what time of day, even if it's not in their community and they need to travel up somewhere, that they're all willing to help out. But to your point, truly a best case scenario that we haven't heard of that many injuries or fatalities. When you look at the destruction and the damage here, it's a good thing to report that at least everyone, for the most part, seems to be okay. And that is not something that we want to forget about here. A huge blessing as we cover this storm. Christina, on her way up. So, of course, as you mentioned, we'll check in with you shortly, but we do appreciate you joining us and just letting us know what you've already been able to kind of learn and gather for your story already by talking there with the Iron Ridge chief. But we'll let Christina go as she and her photojournalists continue to make their way up to Menasha. Also getting ready here up next to vote looks to be Mayor Cavalier Johnson making his way pretty much to the front of the line. As a reminder, early in-person voting is officially open starting today. Will run for about the next 2 weeks. It ends Sunday, August 9th. And then, of course, Election Day is Tuesday, August 11th. I love that he had a whole conversation with this man who showed up to vote. And what a cool story for that voter to say, hey, I went to my early voting site to cast my ballot, and the mayor of Milwaukee was right behind me. Kind of a fun story for him to share today. But again, Mayor Cavalier Johnson waiting for his turn to cast his ballot. What you can do in person starting today. You can absolutely also go on August 11th. That is Election Day. The big difference is, of course, when you go to early vote, you can go to any polling site that's in your city that's open for early voting. However, if you're going to go on Election Day, Tuesday the 11th, that's when you have to go to your designated election kind of polling site to cast your ballot there. But you heard Mayor Cavalier Johnson say just a few minutes ago, he wants everyone to get out, to cast their ballot, to have their voice be heard. He wants you to do it in a timely fashion, especially if you're returning those mail-in ballots, because he doesn't want them to arrive too late after Election Day. Wants every vote to be counted here as really the next governor of Wisconsin on the ballot starting here and again in the fall, as we will narrow down who will be the Republican Party's pick and the Democrat Party pick, and then ultimately those two will go head-to-head and see who is the next governor come this fall. It's a case and I should say a race that we've been covering for more than a year now, and we'll certainly continue to cover that for you as well. As we wait for Mayor Cavalier Johnson to cast his ballot, want to get us out to our weather truck just to take a quick look around. Bria, as I mentioned, and her photojournalist took over here for Stephanie and for Copen. And you can see they've recently gotten to the area, and they are already seeing so much damage here in the Menasha area. I mean, tree after tree after tree just lining these roads that are now down. And if you look around, it looks like power lines also. Again, a lot of this community in the dark right now. And of course, it's depending on where you go. I know Plank Road was what Stephanie Quirk mentioned. You can see a lot of even infrastructure just heavily damaged. So again, our hearts just go out to this community hit around this time yesterday by what the National Weather Service is now calling an EF3 tornado. We saw Lisa Michaels kind of explain that means that these were some very, very strong winds that ripped through the area. I mean, look here, as you can see, another power line and kind of a street light knocked on its side. And again, Quirk, what she was saying driving in this morning was almost emotional for her because she had never seen so much damage and something like that. A closer look here at that power line that's on its side. Certainly a scary sight there as well. As a reminder, in about an hour, we're going to talk to Brendan Conway with We Energies. They do not do the power for Menasha, but they are dealing with more than 40,000 outages this morning. And as we wait for him to join us, I do want to remind you one thing that We Energies always emphasizes is they can't fix something they don't know about. So if you do come across any of these power outages, please don't assume that they already know or it's already been reported. Just take a couple minutes to report that as well, and that way they can kind of figure out a way to get a crew up there as quickly as possible. There's some power companies on the scene right there, as certainly everyone here working as quickly as possible to pick up the pieces and try to get life back to normal, but it's not going to be an easy process. This is certainly something that's going to take weeks, if not months, if not years, as we've seen just some of the damage come out of here. But again, this is a live look right now in Menasha. Bria Jones is going to join us here shortly, but for now, we'll take a quick break. We'll be back with more news on the Wisconsin Live Desk.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. Want to get us back out here to Good Hope Public Library. That is, of course, one of the early voting sites for the city of Milwaukee, and that is Mayor Cavalier Johnson. We listened as he addressed the media, then we watched him wait in line, and now we just saw him kind of look over his ballot, make sure that everything looked the way he wanted, that he had selected who he wanted in all of those various races, and now he's going to submit it, make sure his vote is counted, and I'm sure he'll grab a sticker on his way out. Always kind of your reward for going and doing your civic duty in an election by casting that ballot. So as a reminder, early voting in person has officially kicked off today. It will run through Sunday, August 9th, and then Election Day will be Tuesday, August 11th. Again, when it comes to early voting in person, you can go to any of the polling sites in your city, but then when it comes to actual Election Day, if you want to go on Tuesday the 11th, you do need to go to the polling site that you are kind of assigned to make sure that you can cast your ballot. But a cool moment here to watch his ballot be kind of now sealed as we watch the glue be applied, and then his vote will be cast as he is selecting who he wants to be the next governor of Wisconsin, as well as a couple other races also on that ballot. A good reminder as well, one of my favorite things to do before I go vote is look up a sample ballot so that nothing catches me off guard. That way I know exactly what's going to appear. I know sometimes we hit some of the bigger races like the gubernatorial race, but a good way just to make sure nothing catches you off guard and you feel fully confident in who and what you're voting for on Election Day or when you go in person kind of early vote starting today. Cannot emphasize enough the big story, though, of this morning as well as yesterday. Of course, the devastating severe weather that hit eastern Wisconsin yesterday. It was something we covered exclusively for you yesterday on Wisconsin Live Desk. We had talked to Stephanie Quirk as she made her way out of Menasha Menasha. Now we are being joined with Bria Jones, who's making her way into Menasha. I know you haven't been there too long, Bria, but what have you already been seeing as you guys drive in here?
Haley, honestly, it's really eerie to see what we're seeing now. We just arrived. We probably arrived here maybe about 30 minutes or so, and just instantly, me and my photojournalist, Mike Pasuic, as soon as you got off the interstate, you could see just really the impact of what this tornado has done to this community. But now here we are on Plank Road. We are now in the hardest hit area, and honestly, you don't really see something like this every day. We cover a lot of tornadoes in this business, but it's not every day. We know that the National Weather Service is reporting this preliminary as a EF3 tornado with the information that they have from assessing this community here. But just take a look at just how widespread the damage is. I mean, some of these homes, honestly, are unrecognizable at this point. I was hearing kind of talk of this yesterday, but you can honestly really just see from the trees that have kind of not really snapped from the base, but the tops of all of the trees are missing. And so you can only just imagine what the wind felt like moving through here. And honestly, I want to try to zoom in here. I'm looking now at a car that has been flipped over. If we could zoom in and if you could see it, there's a car there. There's a news crew standing in the way, but hopefully we're going to be able to pass by in just a few minutes. Again, slowly moving through this area. This is on Plank Road. This is one of the hardest hit areas, but it is also important to stress just driving around town, because obviously right now it's hard to kind of navigate and maneuver through the area, obviously, because there are so many down power lines that are really blocking access to so many of the roads. So that's something that people are having to be mindful of. Lots of down power lines, gas lines, and obviously there are a lot of spectators wanting to get out and see the debris. But that's when we heard officials who gave that press conference here in Winnebago County, really just emphasizing the importance of staying home and staying out of the area. And so right now we're kind of moving through as, again, we're starting to see a lot of first responders, we're starting to see a lot of contractors really coming into this community, because now the long road ahead of the cleanup has started. And so this is where we are now on day one of the official cleanup here in this community. We're seeing so many different people that are really just out in their homes, a lot of them working by themselves. Here we are. We're getting closer to that car. And again, it's not every day that you see something like that. There it is right here, that vehicle that is literally turned upside down. It's flipped on its head near a tree. And you can only really, I think the miraculous thing is here, and I heard you say this earlier when you were talking to Stephanie, it's really the silver lining that we do not have any fatalities reported so far. When you have an EF3 tornado, really when you have any significant storm that causes this amount of just really insane damage, it's very often that there's an influx of people who have been injured or who have been hurt. And from this point, what the officials here are saying is that no one has been killed in this storm so far, at least as far as they know. They did report that there were some injuries. I don't believe they've given a number, but they said that people have shown up to hospitals to receive different treatment. But again, they have not said that the injuries are severe in numbers or a mass in numbers, which is a good thing here. So that's really the silver lining of this story, is that you can replace things, but no lives were lost here. And I think that's also just kind of what we're seeing when we're listening to some of the interviews that my colleagues have already gathered. People love their items. You work your entire life for the things that you possess and that you own. And so there is obviously heartbreak here, but thankfully no loss of life. And so right now, this is where, we're again on Plank Road. This is the hardest hit area. And it's really just devastating to see. And at this point, I can report just from what we're able to see here with our own eyes, a lot of the community really already stepping in to help each other. And so That's really kind of the beauty in all of this. We're seeing the community stepping up. We know there are so many different shelters. We're actually going to head to a church shortly because that's kind of the focus of our story for today. We're going to be heading to a church that's offering shelter. We know libraries are serving lunches. This is really, even right now, I'm looking at somebody carrying a box of baked goods and putting them in the back of a truck, and this person here. So, you know, the community is showing up. They're supporting each other in this time of really need, obviously, as you can see, just with, again, the widespread destruction here. I want to go ahead and try to show you some other angles of the damage. Look at these businesses, these homes destroyed. There's so much in front of us that we can see. Again, the homes unrecognizable. It's interesting, and I'm wondering what the science is here of really the trees not snapping at the base, because we all know when storms come through, the winds move through, we have these downed trees that have literally been knocked down from the root. But here, as you can kind of see, that's that car again that I was telling you about. The wind so strong, moving through, and literally the tops of the trees are gone, but so many of the trees are still standing. But there is literally debris everywhere. This is a laundromat you can see that's no longer standing. The front of that car there, the windshield crashed in. You have people that are sitting outside on their furniture and what may once was their living room, and where these homes were, as you can see, they're no longer. There's power lines across this railroad track, and it's, as the community, the officials are saying, there's no telling how long it will take to clean up, but they will rebuild. This is in times, when we see communities come together and rebuild and come back stronger and better than ever. And that's exactly, I know, what we will see here in Menasha. And so really a lot of, obviously heartbreak from the severe weather that they experienced yesterday. But now we're seeing a lot of people. We were just at the Quick Trip. This is where they're now leaning on each other, coming together, and really rebuilding to be stronger than ever, Haley. But just looking at the destruction, you can see it yourself. I know you have been reporting for quite some time. I know you have been in these severe weather situations, and you never know really what you're going to ride into. But here, looking ahead, they're down power lines right now. And so, that's causing confusion of, how do we kind of maneuver through the streets here? Yeah. Because again, you don't know what's active and what's not. And you should never assume that a power line has been cut off. And so, my photojournalist, Mike Pasuic, at any given time, we've had to redirect and turn around because we do not want to drive over any power lines because you just don't know. And so really, if anybody's watching and, if you're in this area, obviously, it's all around. You cannot avoid it. Just please be as safe as possible. And this truck here, it looks like, I don't know if they're tangled in the power line or if, what the case is here, but now they appear to be reversing. And so that's kind of causing some backup here because they're trying to reverse on a street that's really kind of a one-way at this point because it is blocked off because the devastation here is just so widespread that they're having to close this off just because it's really unsafe to be passing through at this point. And so I think this truck here is going to try to turn around, it looks like. I don't know if anybody's directing them, but as you can see, this power line, it's hanging low. Mm-hmm. And again, that can be dangerous in any case scenario.
Yeah, Bria, I have to say,
give you another look at the damage here. Yes, Haley?
No, keep going, Bria.
Yeah, no, I was just pointing out just some more of the damage. It's really, it's heartbreaking to know that just yesterday, these people went to work. But I think that's also when we talk about, as you mentioned, the silver lining in situations like this. I believe it might have been the police chief that said, the good thing is that this happened during the day and so many people were not at home. And so imagine if these people would have been at home, just the chaos. There's chaos now, but the chaos that would have ensued if people would have been in their homes when this tornado came and ripped through this community. Thankfully, a lot of these people, as you know, the officials were saying, were away. They were at, not at school, but they were away maybe at work or doing different camps. Kids have activities that they do throughout the summer. And so it's really a miracle that people were not at home when these storms move through. And so I think that's really, if we can find any kind of beauty in a situation like this, as we're looking around and there's so much destruction and negativity, the beauty here is that no lives were lost. There were injuries. We don't know the extent of the injuries. We're praying and hoping that those people obviously make a safe recovery. And now we're focused on telling the stories of the people who are now having to rebuild their lives.
Yeah, no, Bria, as you guys have been driving around and we see just the destruction on Plank Road and even that car overturned, as you pointed out, it's making that stat that we've been talking about, that, no fatalities are being reported, seem even more miraculous. The fact that, no one seems to have lost their lives in this storm that has caused extensive damage is just such a blessing here to report this afternoon. And it's also beautiful, to your point, you pointed out some people with baked goods. You just passed a yard that had a table of bottled water out as they do whatever they can to help their neighbors as they get that cleanup process underway. You're going to a shelter next, that's right?
Yes, we are heading to a church. I want to make sure that I have the name right before I say the church. We're heading to Christ the Rock Church, and so that's where I know people, where they have been kind of directing people. I believe they said during the press conference there's not a shuttle there today, but we're going to head there because throughout this community we know there are different power banks that are available for people to be able to charge their phones. Again, they're without power, and thankfully there is a little bit of a breeze in the air.
Yeah.
Thankfully, there is a little bit of a breeze in the air. And so people have, there are a lot of people that are kind of sitting outside, really, because it's hot indoors. There we go right there. There's someone literally with a whole case of water. Maybe if I can kind of zoom in over here. Help is here. And that's really, again, the beauty in a situation like this. There are so many different coolers. As we were kind of driving by, obviously this was one of the harder hit areas, and so kind of maybe within a 3-mile radius there are maybe a lot of people with debris in their yards, and maybe kind of different shingles that have been kind of torn and ripped down, and there are tables with kind of snacks and people that are just kind of put out things on the sidewalk to be able to, help their neighbors kind of replenish and gain energy and strength in situations like this. But it's just crazy when you kind of look at the different power poles that are down, like this one right here, that, obviously just narrowly, really, if it would have snapped, it would have fallen over. If we can kind of go left here, Mike, a lot of trees that are kind of blocking the road as well. So this devastation, the damage is, honestly, it's so widespread.
Yeah.
It's gonna, like they said, it's gonna take days to even really fully assess, maybe even weeks to fully assess exactly what we are looking at. I mean, I'm gonna pan over to this side of the road. Really, just look at what we're seeing here.
A mess of
You don't
wires.
see this every day. I know. The wires, the power lines, that's even blocking people from pulling out of their driveways. And so we're going to have to turn around because there's a power line in the road right now. And that's really what a lot of people are dealing with here. There's just widespread devastation. So yeah, we're turning around because there are power lines. And like we said, we want to be safe.
Leading by example there, Bria, as that is always the advice that we get from different companies is, yes, don't assume that any of those have been cut. Avoid them. And of course, if it's your kind of power that's out, be sure and report it so that they are well aware of it.
Yes.
Bria Jones there reporting for us from the road as they make their way to one of those Red Cross emergency shelters. We do actually anticipate hearing from the Red Cross, kind of an update on their recovery efforts coming up at 2 o'clock. But thank you so much, Bria, there for joining us and showing us the heartbreaking, really, just widespread damage in the community of Menasha this afternoon after that EF3 tornado did touch down yesterday. We are going to take a quick break here on the live desk, so we're going to get you back out to another live event that just got underway, so stay with us.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. Haley Spittler here with you at 1:13 on your Tuesday afternoon. Want to get you out to another live event that just got underway. Common Ground kind of holding a meeting this afternoon, pressing DNR to halt sewage permit and instead institute reforms of the Milwaukee Metropolitan Sewerage District. This just started a few minutes ago, so let's listen in here together.
Website, or by submitting a request to me or Sarah Donahue via email. The hearing will proceed as follows. The permittee will make a short presentation explaining their proposed operation. Myself, Amy Garvey, will then explain the conditions and terms of the proposed reissuance and variances in more detail. I will then call on all members of the public who indicated on the appearance slips or by digitally raising their hand that they wish to make a statement. Persons making oral statements today within this room must come up to the front and you're able to speak here and we'll be able to hear you just fine. Pursuant to Section 283-49 Wisconsin statutes and Section NR 203-10-1 Wisconsin Administrative Code, this hearing is not a contested case hearing, so no cross-examination will be permitted. However, informational and clarifying questions may be directed to DNR staff. After the presentation of oral statements by all persons who checked yes on the oral statement box of the appearance slips or digitally raising their hands, I will then ask if anyone wishes to make an oral statement. You may come up at that time and make a statement even if you did not mark yes on the appearance slip. Also, after the hearing is closed, department staff will remain in the hearing room for a while to try to answer any additional questions. Kevin Schaefer, the Executive Director for Milwaukee Met, will now make a short presentation.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Kevin Schaefer. I'm the Executive Director of the Milwaukee Metropolitan Sewage District. The proposed 5-year permit establishes a comprehensive regulatory framework for our operations. I would like to acknowledge the diligent efforts of both DNR and MMSD staff in the development of this permit. MMSD has consistently had solid regulatory compliance and is recognized nationally as a leader for leadership in wet weather management. Our deep tunnel system has captured and treated 98.4% of the water entering our system since 1994, always well above the annual regulatory requirement of 85%. Nationally, we are also leading the nation through the integration of green infrastructure with conventional wastewater systems. We've installed approximately 170 million gallons of green infrastructure and continue to expand this capacity annually. The forthcoming permit requires an additional 30 million gallons over 5 years, and we are prepared to meet this objective. Our organization continues to invest in advanced technologies and the replacement of aging infrastructure at all facilities to enhance wastewater treatment. Construction of new regional sewers is also ongoing to accommodate evolving flow dynamics. Collaboration with municipalities remains a priority as we seek to minimize stormwater infiltration into our area's sewers via groundwater and public connections. The private property inflow and infiltration program has successfully removed just over 79 million gallons between 2019 and 2025. Flood management facilities are being constructed across the Milwaukee region to mitigate basement flooding, while projects also focus on habitat restoration, recreational enhancements, and reducing flooding from significant storm events. These initiatives proved instrumental during the August 2025 thousand-year storm. Moving forward, MMSD hopes to accelerate the flood management portfolio to address emerging needs. MMSD manages floodwaters by coordinating cross boundaries and taking upstream action. For 25 years, the Green Seams program has preserved over 6,100 acres for floodwater storage. With working soils agricultural partnerships, non-point source pollution has been reduced. MMSD also restores watersheds through wetland restoration and reforestation to limit the volume and improve the quality of runoff. Through our watershed efforts, successful management of the regional sewer system, wet weather strategies, and water reclamation.
Again, listening in live here to Common Ground as they kind of ask basically DNR to crack down on the Milwaukee Metropolitan Sewerage District's overflow problem before they renew the permit. That's what MMSD has applied for, is a renewal of its 5-year permit from the Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources. We'll keep our eye on this meeting, but we want to get you out live to D.C. Former Senator Lindsey Graham's funeral underway. They just brought his casket in here to Washington National Cathedral just a moment ago. Obviously, a lot of high-profile people here in attendance. Taking a look there at President Trump as well as Vice President J.D. Vance. You can also see Scott Bessent there, the United States Secretary of the Treasury. They did note as well some pretty big presidents of other country also in attendance. We know the president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, is here. We also know the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, is in attendance here in D.C. Of course, the late senator here, Lindsey Graham, was very big on foreign affairs, a very big partner for Israel and for Ukraine, making many trips overseas. He was actually in Ukraine just a day before his passing. So again, we do know a lot of people traveling in for this funeral, which is now getting underway. We'll listen in here for a little bit. I've got a couple of different angles that I can show you, so we'll let you kind of take in a few minutes here for the funeral of the late senator out of South Carolina, Lindsey Graham, again underway right now live in D.C.
Thank you very much. Vice President Vance, members of the Cabinet, members of the House and Senate, distinguished guests, Darlene, and the entire Graham family. We love you all. Today we gather in the deepest gratitude and profoundest sorrow to honor a beloved friend, a devoted brother, a respected statesman, a giant of the United States Senate, and a true American original. Left us much too soon, and that can only be the one and only Lindsey Graham. By the strength of his steadfast convictions, the force of his magnetic personality, and the goodness of his noble soul, Lindsey rose from a small town in rural South Carolina, a place he loved so much, to become a constant fixture of American politics at the highest level, and a force to be reckoned with all over the world. For more than 30 years, nothing of consequence happened in this capital without Lindsey Graham knowing about it. Nothing of significance happened anywhere in the world without Lindsey Graham having a view on it. And no bill became law in the most exceptional republic in human history without Lindsey Graham having a say in it. He was a man who gave America the full measure of his good and mighty heart until that heart itself just gave out. But even though Lindsey's life was cut short while he was still so full of vim and vigor, there can be no doubt that he lived absolutely to the fullest. He died doing the work he was born to do. He was truly a great politician, serving the country he loved to serve so deeply. He went out at the peak of his career, at the top of his game, as a legend that every one of us, many of us here today, are blessed to know him, and a friend that none of us will ever forget. There was truly nobody like Lindsey Graham. It was his hometown of central South Carolina that Lindsey first learned the art of politics. His parents ran a bar and pool hall on Main Street with a room in the back where the family spent and had to do. As Lindsey said, his father taught him the key to being a successful bar owner is that you have to be funny enough that people will keep coming back, and that you have to be tough enough that you can stay in business and thrive. A very difficult combination. For his entire storied career, that's exactly who Lindsey Graham was. He was the first person to make you laugh, and one of the last people that you've really ever wanted to fight. These were the traits that made him into one of the great figures in Senate history. Few like him. As a boy, Lindsey also learned his first lessons in diplomacy when the wife of one regular patron called the bar asking for her husband. She demanded to know, where is he? The man instructed Lindsey, tell her I'm not here. And young Lindsey nodded and said into the phone to the wife, he said to tell you that he's not here. That was Lindsey. When Lindsey was just 20 years old, he lost his mom to cancer. 15 months later, he lost his dad. Their deaths left his 13-year-old sister, Darlene, an orphan. But in God's mercy, she had her wonderful brother to take care of her. On top of it all, Lindsey became her guardian while still in college and helped raise her. He later said that for all his achievements, and he had many, his single proudest accomplishment in life was how well Darlene turned out. He had total respect and love for Darlene. Nothing could be more fitting than that woman who was Lindsey's proudest legacy, now continues his legacy of service in the U.S. Senate, a place that he cherished. And I have no doubt that he's looking down today, beaming with pride at his Sister Senator Darlene Graham. Thank you, Senator. Lindsey first stormed into Washington with the Republican Revolution of 1994, becoming the first Republican to win his House district in 120 years. That was Lindsey. In 2002, he ran for the Senate in what should have been a loss, and he swept to an easy victory. Lindsey quickly became a master at maneuvering in one of the world's great legislative bodies. He secured record funding for our military as a budget committee chairman. He delivered the largest investment in border security in history, and last year he shepherded the passage of the largest tax cuts in American history, the Great Big Beautiful Bill. Had a lot of Lindsey goodies in there too, I can tell you. And of course, he was also a great champion of the United States Supreme Court. His impassioned defense of a wonderful person, a great gentleman, Justice Kavanaugh, ended a disgraceful attack on this very good man and gave us one of the greatest moments the Senate has ever seen. It was a truly monumental moment in Senate history. I believe it was Lindsey's perhaps finest hour. But no matter how heated things got in Washington, virtually everyone, Republican or Democrat, liked Lindsey. Well, not everybody, but it sounds good. Not everybody. He was a tough cookie, okay? I have to veer from this for a second. He was a tough cookie, Darlene, but he was beautiful. But he was also ready with a joke and a gleam in his eye. After being lectured on the excruciating details of patent law by a fellow senator during a flight, Lindsey declared that he had discovered a new form of enhanced interrogation and torture for the Guantanamo Bay area. He said, this is really bad stuff and boring. And while he was an incredibly hard worker, he was not exactly an early riser, as many of you know. When Senator Tim Scott, a great gentleman in his own right, I can tell you, invited him to prayer breakfast at 8:30 a.m., Lindsey told him, Tim, if Jesus himself comes back before 10 a.m., I ain't going. Yet, while he was always quick to laugh, and no one ever doubted the gravity of his mission, above all, Lindsey Graham believed in a strong America. He wanted a strong America. He had unwavering faith in the righteousness of American power and prayer. And he was extremely hawkish. I will tell you, he never saw a war that he didn't like. Only his true friends would understand that, but he wanted it for the good of our country. He felt in his bones that our destiny is to win, and that his job was to do everything he could to ensure our enemies would lose. It was this conviction that led him to serve 33 years in uniform in the Air Force and Air Force Reserves and Air National Guard, even while he was in office. And it was this conviction that took him as a senator to almost every country on earth, confronting America's adversaries and standing up for America's friends. He had tremendous friendships all over the world. It's a testament to his towering impact that among those mourning him here today are leaders, presidents, prime ministers from all over the globe. They're sitting right here before you. Lindsey met countless world leaders, yet wherever he went, he was always the same Lindsey Graham. When he met Libyan dictator Muammar Gaddafi in a tent in the desert, he told him, I expected something out of the Arabian Nights. This looks more like a Winnebago. That was not a good statement to make at the time. And when he met the Dalai Lama, Lindsey looked him straight in the eyes and said, so, can you really levitate? The Dalai Lama was not happy with that. But no matter how high he rose, he never forgot where he came from. There's probably not a single town in South Carolina where Lindsey did not help repair a bridge, expand a school, improve a hospital, or recover from a disaster. He was a force of nature, and I will miss him greatly. As you remember, Lindsay and I did not exactly get off to the best of starts. Running against each other. Back in 2016, Lindsay said something rather nasty on his flight to becoming the next president of the United States. So naturally, I did something that I shouldn't have done. I shared his personal cell phone number with the millions of people that happened to be watching that particular day as I made a speech, a very important speech. And I remember the number 202-228-0292 if anybody wants to give it a shot. His phone exploded. He said, I had that number for 20 years. His phone totally, I don't know what he did with it, but it exploded. That was the beginning of a friendship in a way. But it was Lindsay who had the last laugh, because while I blew up his phone all for one day, we became great friends, and Lindsay did not stop calling me for the next 10 years. It was not easy. I always cherish the memories of our golf games, and only because of his really, and I will say this memorial service, it's so hard to say, a memorial service for Lindsay, it's hard to say. But I'll admit that one time Lindsey Graham and Annika Sorensen actually beat me and Gary Player together. Can you believe that? Annika played very well that day, actually. But right to the end, Lindsey carried in his golf bag the putter that once belonged to his dad, and he carried it with him with class and with a ring that was so beautiful of his mother. And they were laying right at his bedside. The night he died, they were there. He had him with him at all times. From that pool hall where his parents raised him to the halls of the United States Senate, where he was respected and loved, the son of South Carolina became one of the most important men in the most important country on earth. In a city where politicians often become jaded and cynical, Lindsey Graham never lost the old-fashioned American idealism that brought him to the highest levels of government and life. He took his duty seriously without taking himself too seriously. He was unwavering in his principles, but always willing to listen. He always wanted to listen. And one thing about Lindsey that we all know, he never quit. You wanted him to quit, you waited for him to quit, but he would never quit. Above all, Lindsey Graham loved America, and he believed in the American people. If you shared that view, you had a friend in Lindsey. If you didn't share it, there was no fiercer or more constant opponent. Our nation needs more men and women like that great person sitting, laying, wherever he may be. I think I know where he is, and I think he's up there. I think he's watching us. I'm pretty sure of it. Scripture tells us that blessed is the man who remains steadfast under trial, for when he has stood the test, he will receive the crown of life. For 71 years, Lindsey Graham was strong and steadfast. As a brother, a senator, a warrior, and a patriot, he withstood every last test, every single test that you can go through and every trial. And now he wears the crown of life in heaven, reunited with his parents and reunited with his Lord. I end by saying something very, very special. Lindsey, we love you. God bless you. We will always be with you, and you were very, very special. Thank you. Thank you very much.
President Trump there providing the eulogy here again as we listen in to the late South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham's funeral that is underway right now at the Washington National Cathedral in D.C. Obviously, as we've been seeing the camera pan around, certainly a lot of high-profile people in attendance. President Trump to begin with, Vice President J.D. Vance, of course, again, the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, as well as then one of Trump's sons there all in the front row. We did also see Benjamin Netanyahu, Tammy Baldwin's in kind of the back of that shot right there. Of course, one of our senators here in Wisconsin, so certainly a packed house, as well as Lindsey Graham's sister, Darlene, who's on the other side of the kind of seats here, who is currently in place of her brother, filling out his term as senator for South Carolina. She's also thrown her hat into the ring to run for that seat. His seat was up for election in South Carolina. He was on the ballot for this fall, so now a lot of Republicans kind of deciding whether or not they're going to run for that seat. And again, Darlene has said that she intends to seek a full Senate term, not just kind of complete her late brother's term as it is. So again, taking a live look in right now at that funeral that's underway. They're currently performing another song as part of the funeral procession and proceedings here. So we'll take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk, and we'll get you back out to more news right after this.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. Haley Spittler here with you at 1:43 on your Tuesday afternoon. Certainly our big story continues to be covering the damage, the destruction, now kind of the putting back of the pieces from yesterday's EF3 tornado. And of course, one component of that is power outages. We're continuing to see, though, a lot of power outages just here in southeastern Wisconsin. Kenosha County sitting there at more than 14,000 people in the dark this afternoon, a total total of 33,098 We Energies customers without power, which actually has dropped down significantly since the start of the live desk. So we know a lot of people out and about right now working hard and as fast as possible to restore power after these outages from Monday's storms. Want to go ahead and bring in Brendan Conway joining us again here on the live desk from one of the service centers in Milwaukee. Brendan, before we kind of talk more about the damage up north, I want to just start with Kenosha County. What's going on there with more than 14,000 people in the dark?
Yeah, really strong storms yesterday. So across our system, we've restored power to about 100,000 customers. But we just had, obviously, we all know about what happened in the Fox Valley, but also we had a really strong storm system that just kind of clipped southern Wisconsin. So in fact, in Illinois, they had really bad power outages. They're talking about people being out of power in Illinois, parts of it until Friday. So we just got clipped with it. And unfortunately, Kenosha County took the brunt of that here for our Wisconsin customers. We have all sorts of resources. Matter of fact, we just got some resources in late this morning, came in from southern Michigan. So they arrived, they went straight to the Kenosha County and they're working. We have hundreds of people working across the state today, working to get power back on. And we're not going to stop, obviously, until everyone's back on. Vast majority of our customers impacted by yesterday's storms will have power restored today. Some will trickle into tomorrow, and then some of our customers in the Fox Valley whose homes are just too badly damaged, they'll obviously be without power until other repairs happen, but I'm sure they're not really thinking about power right now. They're probably worried about other things.
Yeah, certainly the devastation and destruction out of the Fox Valley area is heartbreaking to see. Talk to me about kind of your efforts there, because I know you guys don't supply power to all of the areas that were hit in that storm.
Yeah, so Menasha is its own electric utility. We do have gas service there. So, and that we were impacted by that when the tornado came through. It knocked gas meters off. So there was blowing gas in the air. So we shut gas service off to basically the entire area there. Luckily, it's warm out, so that's not impacting. And obviously, for the homes, they won't have gas service restored until they get their homes rebuilt and those type of things done. But we saw similar damage to our customers just outside. So in the Fox Valley, that tornado took down power lines, power poles, just really bad damage. So we have to, in some areas, build the entire grid really from the ground up. That's new poles, new wires, new equipment, and that does take a while. But we do think even with that damage, we expect most of those customers who can receive service will have it restored today and then going into tomorrow.
I mean, that's a pretty impressive timeline when you talk about some of the repairs that need to be made here. Obviously, you guys are always looking at forecasts. You're ready to jump in, restore power as quickly as possible. Yesterday, certainly a significant storm. So is this when it becomes kind of all hands on deck? Do you call in reinforcement from other states and say, hey, if you can come help us, we'll take it?
Exactly right. We have a great mutual aid effort in the utility industry. So even as of yesterday, we had companies coming in from Iowa, Minnesota, Michigan, Illinois. They're all coming in to help. And then across Wisconsin, also our sister utility, WPS, which is based out of Green Bay. Luckily, they had less damage, so they're able to send some crews down to the Fox Valley. So it is, as you mentioned, it's all hands on deck. We work around the clock. Our field crews work about 16 hours on, then 8 hours off, then they work 16 hours again. And we'll continue that cadence until everyone's restored.
Could you estimate, I mean, just how many people right now are working to repair and get this power back on?
In the field today, we'll have upwards of 500 people who will be out, and then an equal number of people back in support roles. So whether it's people on the engineering side, making sure we're rebuilding the grid the way it's supposed to be in our or what we call, our the back office, or people who are helping to make sure that we can properly get those circuits going, get our crews around. I mean, it really is kind of everything stops during these storms. The focus is on one thing and one thing only. It's getting power restored as quickly and safely as we can. And that's what's really been going on since yesterday. It's something we're used to. It's Wisconsin. We get severe weather. Obviously, what happened in the Fox Valley yesterday was a little unusual, but we've had, unfortunately, lots of practice this summer. It's been a pretty active summer with the weather. And so we're just going to stick at it till everyone's power is restored. We just want our customers to know, if you're without power, please know we're working to get it restored. It's incredibly frustrating to be without power for 1 hour, much less 1 day. We know that. And at the same time, as we look to the future, right, we're doing all sorts of other things to harden the grid. Wisconsin's seeing more severe weather. So we've been working on a program for a few years now, approved by our regulators, where we're burying power lines. We're trimming more trees around our power poles and our power lines. But when a storm like this hits, sometimes all you can do is just wait for it to pass and then start to fix it.
Yeah. Obviously, some good advice there for anyone who's currently without power. Just to have the patients know that they are working as fast as possible to get it restored for you. As we have crews kind of throughout Appleton and Menasha and Neenah right now, they're coming across down power lines. And, we always say, hey, turn around, don't drive over it. Don't assume that, the power has been cut off. Is that the same advice you would have, Brendan?
Exactly. Yes. Stay away from any down power lines. Right. You might think, okay, great. I know that this area is out of power. I've heard it on the news, right? Fox 6 has been telling me there's no power here. And that may be true, but all it takes is someone who plugs a generator in somewhere on that circuit. It could backfill accidentally, but it could backfill that power line. And now suddenly you have an active line. And that could be happening a mile away. You might not hear it, you might not see it, but you would certainly feel it. And so that's why just the safest thing always, stay away. Don't go near any down power lines. We understand you may want to get somewhere, you may want to take a picture, or maybe you feel like you want to get to your house or something. Work with your on-site people, whether it's We Energies. I saw Menasha, the police department said they're there to help the fire department. I mean, there are a lot of helpers around. We will get to it. It may not be at the exact time frame you want, but trust me, you don't want to make the wrong decision and go near an active power line. In fact, I mean, just an interesting story yesterday, as the storm hit, power lines fell down. There was a woman who was trapped in her car, and she did the right thing. She stayed in her car. She was surrounded by power lines until our crews came and we could get her out. She had to wait about 45 minutes. I'm sure it was a frightening 45 minutes as this all just happened to you, but you don't want to go out. If there's a power line touching your car and it's active, right, it's an energized line, suddenly you step on the ground and that ground is energized, and that could be a deadly outcome. So do stay away from down power lines. Don't assume that they're don't have energy in them.
Some really helpful kind of insight there into why it's so important to, not go near them, don't touch them, don't drive over anything, and we want everyone to stay as safe as possible as we are now kind of in this restoration process. Brendan Conway with We Energies joining us here on the live desk once again today. Brendan, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And again, as we take another live look here at those outage numbers, I know 33,000 is a high number, but please know that we are seeing the progress made. This continues to drop all throughout the day. And you heard from Brendan saying most of you are going to have that power back on by the end of the day, maybe a couple of you guys into tomorrow, but they are certainly working hard right now and progress is being seen. We're going to take a quick break here on the live desk. We'll be back with more news right after this.
Wisconsin Live Desk.
Hey everybody, Haley Spittler here with you at 1:54. Want to get us back out to D.C. to the late Senator Lindsey Graham out of South Carolina, his funeral that is underway right now. Sean Hannity, of course, host of Hannity on the Fox News channel, currently speaking, providing a eulogy, so we will listen in here together.
It touched him deeply. He always knew and understood that you had much higher polling numbers than he did. He was never jealous, ever. He was proud of you, and you defined what it meant to be a man of character and a true friend. I see my friend Trey Gowdy, my fellow Fox host, is here, another dear and loyal friend. He loved playing golf with you. He loved when you made fun of him, which, by the way, was usually very justified. You were a confidant. You were a mentor in ways that people will never know. I see Governor McMaster is here. You were Lindsey's friends in life and an even greater friend after his passing. You understood the deep love that he had for South Carolina, and you recognized what it would mean to appoint his younger sister, Darlene, to finish the work of her big brother. That decision reflected the best of South Carolina values. Governor, thank you. Last and most important, my dear friend, Senator Darlene Graham. You know, I see that you're here with your beautiful husband, your family, all the people that love you, love Lindsey. And as you have said yourself, Lindsey was your brother, your father, and your mother. And you were only, as the president pointed out, you were only 13 years old when your parents passed away. And he was only 21 years old, and he left school, and he took over the family business. And he made it his business to raise his little sister. Politics was politics. Lindsey and I talked a lot of politics. But you, Darlene, you were his life. Your family was his life. You were his God-given purpose. He loved you with all of his heart, and he told me often. Now, we all know that he was a true believer. We know that he is in paradise today, and we know that he is so proud of you. We all know in this room today, this beautiful cathedral, that these past 2 weeks have been the hardest 2 weeks of your life. And most people could not imagine losing the brother that raised them. And then almost immediately, you got a call from the president of our country. You got a call from the governor of your state. They asked you if you would be willing to step up and finish the work of the brother that we honor here today, your brother, Lindsey. You barely had time to warn, if any. You told me.
Again, we are listening in right now to the funeral for Senator Lindsey Graham, a senator out of South Carolina who suddenly passed away earlier this month. Sean Hannity there talking about Darlene, that is Lindsey Graham's sister. Lindsey never married, so he didn't have any children. His closest familial member was his sister Darlene, who again is now completing his Senate term, stepping up, as kind of Sean Hannity was just saying, to do that for her brother. Again, also now launching a campaign. Lindsey Graham was up for re-election this fall. She's kind of thrown her hat into the ring to get a full term in the Senate as well after she fills and completes her brother's term here. We're going to take a quick break here on the live desk. I get one more in this hour. Then we're going to get you Maddie Stelk in here and eventually get you some updates out of the Red Cross as far as that EF3 tornado and all they're doing to help the community. So stay with us. We'll be right back.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Hey everybody, Haley Spittler here with you at 2 o'clock. Maddie's still going to sign in and take over for you, but we want to get you out to a press conference the American Red Cross is holding right now to provide updates on how they're serving the community of Menasha, Appleton, those areas hit so hard by that EF3 tornado yesterday. Well, listen in here. Maddie's got you on the other end.
Everyone, it's such a difficult process, but we're going to be there, the Red Cross, every step of the way to provide recovery assistance and really help people that have been impacted. This afternoon, we are joined by Rebecca Rockhill. Rebecca is our executive director of the Northeast part of the state, and she will be sharing our response efforts and also what she's seeing on the ground. After she gets done with her interview, we will take a little question and answer segment. So if you can just hold your questions until the end, that would be greatly appreciated. So now I would like to turn the floor over to Rebecca.
Hello, thank you, Laura. And I echo the sentiments from Laura as well. We really appreciate all of your getting the word out and sharing the message about how people can get help in this time. We are very proud and humbled to be able to help and provide services during this devastating time and work with so many amazing partners. Very quickly after the storm hit, we were able to open a reception center here in Menasha at Christ the Rock Church. Initially, that was to provide an area for people to gather, food, beverages, places for people to charge their phones, to meet up with family members, or to reach out to let people know that they were safe. As day went on and the level and the magnitude of this devastating tornado and storm went on, we realized it was going to be necessary to open a shelter. People very quickly came in or were calling looking for their loved ones, and we were able to help provide some of that reunification. We also last night had 38 people who did spend the night with us, and we did provide breakfast this morning. We're providing hot meals. Today we have had lots of individuals who are coming and going to receive and pick up water, snacks. We have hot food here. People just looking to find out resources. It's just been phenomenal to be able to be here. Additionally, we do have our disaster emergency supply teams or services teams out in the community. They have resources with them, rakes, shovels, tarps, cleaning supplies. They are really looking at canvassing the area. What can they provide for individuals who were so severely affected? What are we hearing are some of the needs? What can we look to not only provide through our services, but working with partners in our community to really be the best stewards of so many of the generous and amazing resources that this community is making available. And it's also important to note that when we look at disasters like this happening, this means that blood drives are being canceled as well. And we are in this crisis for blood donations. For only the second time in the Red Cross history do we consider ourselves in a crisis time. We have less than 1 day of many different types of blood available. So we ask people as they consider or ask themselves what they can do to help during this time, please consider donating blood. If you are looking at how you can contribute directly to what's happening here, we really encourage people to consider helping with a financial donation. This is really the best way that we can provide immediate relief and work our mission to really be boots on the ground and be able to just get right into the best and the most needed areas. Um, we are still seeing a lot of people coming and going. We're still providing meals, and we will be here as long as we need to be to meet with our partners and start to look at what the new normal will be for so many of these people affected by this storm. Just really gathering resources and looking at how we can help this community in working with partners and the needs that we're seeing. So with that, I will open it up to taking any questions that you may have. Hey, that's phenomenal. No one has questions.
That's great. You did a great job, Rebecca. I just wanted to put a couple of things out there as well. I know there has been a lot of confusion with donations. And one of the things I can say is that we try not to take donations. We love that cash. It goes further, faster. We can help people with replacing medication, medical needs. But I did get an update that donations are being accepted at the UW Oshkosh Fox City campus. The address there is 1478 Midway Road in Menasha. So again, what they're looking for is bottled water, emergency supplies, and other donations. We as the Red Cross don't have the manpower and the overall space to contain those donations. So we do ask that you visit UW Oshkosh. And also a note, we are not able to take baked goods. We love people that come to our doors, but unfortunately we do need kitchen provided for the safety of our guests. Everything needs to be commercial. So please don't bring those to our shelters. One other bit of news that I had heard was that our shelter is not accepting pets. We know furry friends, are part of our everyday life, but please reach out because I do know that there are 4 shelters in the area that are providing free sheltering needs for your furry friends. So just wanted to also put that out there. So do we have any questions?
Laura, I just wanted to make mention, you brought up a great point about medical supplies. When individuals do arrive with the shelters, we want to make sure that they have what they need in order to make sure that they are remaining healthy. We do have people who come to the shelters that have some medical needs. And that's something that we have nurses that come in and volunteer with us where we can make sure individuals with oxygen have what they need for that. We can help replace medication if people lose their medication or are not able to take it with them or it's lost in the disaster. So we always want to make sure that we have the resources, or we work to bring in the resources to help people with those immediate basic needs.
I do see one question in the chat. Do we have air conditioning and refrigeration at the shelter? And the answer is yes. We work very hard when we open shelters to be able to provide comfort for our clients. So obviously with the temperature so high, air conditioning was on the top of our list, and also refrigeration for those that might need it.
And we did have a lot of individuals last night who came in because they didn't have power. They may have had somewhere to stay, but came in to cool off and to recharge. The lack of power is really affecting a lot of the individuals who are coming in just to get some hot food because they couldn't otherwise cook at home. And like you said, refrigeration and charging and making calls.
And how many people can the shelter hold?
Right now, we are not close to capacity, so we are expanding as the need comes in. We do have a few additional spaces that are still available, and we have the capacity to bring in more beds as we see the need increase, or if we see the need increase.
And I have to say that a huge thank you to everyone who has really stepped forward asking how they can help. And we just appreciate seeing that Midwest niceness and how neighbors are helping neighbors.
And the volunteers, we have amazing volunteers, amazing partners. And as I believe I referenced in the beginning, I just am amazed always at the way communities come out to support communities. The outpouring of donations, support, calls of what can I do, where can I be, it just warms my soul in the way that people come out to support people, especially in times of such divisiveness.
Well, if we don't have any other questions, I just want to say thanks again for telling the Red Cross story, for getting our messages out there. As Rebecca says, we do have a blood crisis. We loved the opportunity that you gave us the last few days to get that message out there. And, within the afternoon to get the message out there on this terrible storm that went through. So thank you all for being here. Any closing thoughts, Rebecca?
I just thank you for helping to share this message. We want to make sure that anyone in the affected areas, or even those just affected by the storm, know we are here, know that help is available, and come on in and we can talk about resources that are available. Or call 1-800-RED Cross and they can direct you as well for the best way to be able to find the support that's needed.
Thanks, everyone.
All right, just getting that update there from the American Red Cross about their response in the Menasha area following an EF3 tornado confirmed that tore through the area just before noon yesterday. I was giving you a look at some of the damage that we've been seeing. This is drone video right now showing the Menasha area. We have 2 crews on the ground right now in this area. We've got Christina Van Zelst and Bria Jones talking to people here, neighbors who have been affected by this. We're going to check in with Christina in just a few minutes right now. But again, that update from the American Red Cross saying that 38 people spent the night in their shelter last night and that they will be keeping that open for tonight as they continue to survey the damage here. It's just absolutely devastating what we've been seeing. Our hearts go out to anybody affected here if you have loved ones affected as well. And also touching a little bit on donations as well. The Red Cross saying that they do not have the capacity to take donations, but we're directing people to the UW Oshkosh City campus for donations. They're looking for things like bottled water and other goods. So for more information, you can head there if you are in that area. For now, we're going to take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Just getting logged in here. You got me for the next 2 hours here. We're going to continue covering the damage that we're seeing out in Menasha, Appleton, and Neenah. So stay with us. We'll be right back in 2 minutes.
The Wisconsin Live Desk.
It is 2:15 on your Tuesday afternoon. Thanks for being with us here on Fox Local. I want to take you back out to that incredible drone video that we've been showing you all day now, just showing some of the widespread damage out in Menasha right now after a confirmed EF3 tornado tore through the area yesterday just before noon. For those of you who are just joining us in our coverage, let's kind of run through what we know. So we know that the worst damage occurred in Fox Crossing and Menasha areas. That's where we have our crews right now as they continue to survey the damage and talk to neighbors about how this has affected him. As you can see here, just absolutely heartbreaking images coming out of that area right now. So this tornado touched down, according to the National Weather Service damage survey, it touched down 11:56 a.m. yesterday just north of Wisconsin Avenue in Appleton, just to kind of give you some point of reference here as to where that is. So this is the area. These are the three communities that have actually declared disaster proclamations right now following this storm. And again, the Fox Crossing and Menasha areas were hit the worst, as you can see right there. But we were told that this tornado hit just by Wisconsin Avenue in Appleton. So right above where you actually see that red label of Appleton is where this tornado hit. And then we're told from the National Weather Service that it rapidly intensified as it tracked south into the Winnebago County, according to the National Weather Service reports there. We do know those emergency proclamations have been declared. Governor Tony Evers also declaring a state of emergency, saying this emergency declaration will ensure every available resource is deployed so we can get response quickly to the needs on the ground. And I want to thank the neighbors, emergency and first responders, local partners, and volunteers who are already working to help to restore essential services, clean up neighborhoods, and assess the damages. He goes on to say, together we will recover and recover stronger, and I ask everyone to keep the families and communities affected in your thoughts over the coming days and weeks as they rebuild. And we do know it will be taking days or weeks. We got an update from city officials in Menasha just before noon today, just talking about the extensive damage that they're seeing, as well as an update that we just got a few minutes ago from the American Red Cross saying dozens of people, 38 to be exact, spent the night in their shelter late last night. So getting those updates, just seeing how many people were affected here. There is volunteer efforts happening right now. We did hear as well from the City of Menasha Police Department saying at this time volunteers are being placed on standby while response needs are identified. Also stressing, please do not report directly to damaged areas unless you've been assigned through an organized volunteer effort. We know that there's actually checkpoints in place around the Menasha area where law enforcement are checking to see if people entering are residents of the area, and if not, they are turning them away just because there are so many roads that are blocked still by trees, debris, and other various parts of damage that we are seeing through the streets. And first responders need to get through and help people as needed. So they are stressing, do not enter the area if you are not a resident at this time. Again, if you do want to help out and volunteer, there's a staging location for Winnebago Fox Cities campus. You can go to getconnected.volunteerfoxcities.org to sign up to be on their standby list. Again, standby list is key here because they are advising people to not travel to this area if you are not a resident, as cleanup efforts do continue there. We are going to take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Hopefully check in with one of our reporters on the ground right now. We have several crews out there just surveying some of the damage that we've been seeing. I just want to leave you before that with this look at the drone video, just showing some of the damage from above here as efforts are underway there. We've seen several organizations reaching out, heading to the Menasha, Appleton, Neenah area, just to kind of look at the damage, help people where they can, and have things getting underway. It looks like we might be joined by one of our reporters, Christina Van Zels, who is on the ground right now. I can see her with the damage behind you. Christina, absolutely devastating. I know you just got there. Sorry, can you hear me? I know we just took you here.
Yes, sorry. Yeah. I'm glad you can see us because there's some signal issues, obviously, without there being any power out here.
Of course, yeah. I'll let you take it away, too, because I know the signal might be bad because of all the damage there.
Yeah, so Maddie, we are on 4th Street right now, and it is really overwhelming, the damage when you come into town in Menasha. It's hard to capture just the 360 view that I'm looking at now. We're going to try to show you it. So this is 4th Street behind me, and on this street there's a lot of homes, vehicles damaged, and we're standing in a parking lot of a packing facility that was also damaged. But then if you go across the street there, all of those homes and the trees, that is really heartbreaking to see. We've seen a lot of neighbors, people helping out with water bottles because there is that boil advisory in place here in Menasha. So this, just standing here and looking at every angle and every direction that you look, there's damage, and it's just devastating. People are out, a lot of chainsaws, a lot of trees that they're cutting down, a lot of cleanup to be had. But this is just one area. We know that there are a lot more reports of damage on Racine and 3rd Street downtown. We have another crew here, Bria Jones and Mike Pasuik. They are covering community efforts of people helping step up to, help with this cleanup. Where you're looking at now, that whole building, you can see the windows out on the top floor there, and that whole structure is just completely ruined, glass everywhere. We're watching where we step because the cleanup is still in its early stages, and I'm sure you can tell that just from looking at what we're seeing here. But again, anywhere you look here, Menasha is just filled with destruction, and it is heartbreaking. But the people that are out here today that we've seen so far cleaning up, they are smiling. I think the biggest gratefulness people have, if you will, is that nobody was injured severely or died in this storm that's been reported. So there is some relief there. But Maddie, again, 360 angles of just the damage here in Menasha. It's really hard to see.
Yeah, it's everywhere you look. As you were saying, there's some damage there. I know you just got up there. Oh, we may have lost Christina there. Honestly, a great shot to be frozen on, though, just kind of showing the extent of the damage there of that Jeep. It looks like Christina is live in Menasha right now. Obviously, there are some connection issues that we have been seeing. I might just honestly leave that image up right there because it's pretty incredible what we've been seeing. Looks like Christina may be back with us. I know we are experiencing a bit of that delay. Christina, I just wanted to ask you, because I know it's been difficult traveling and getting into the area. What was your journey like? I know our station's in Brown Deer. If you can hear me, I know your shot does appear to be frozen there. We may have lost her. Hopefully we can check in with Christina when she gets back. She is in Menasha right now. As I was saying, the connection pretty spotty there right now, and obviously that makes sense because we do know that an EF3 tornado confirmed rolled through the area yesterday just before noon, causing power lines to be down, buildings to be damaged. Christina was just showing us a little bit of the damage there. Absolutely devastating. Also affecting the service there. So hopefully we can check in with her again in just a bit right now. But she did mention some things that I do want to bring up, including that boil water order. It's in effect right now for the village of Fox Crossing and east of the Fox River. Menasha residents served by the village of Fox Crossing utilities as well. The low water pressure may have allowed contamination into the water system following the storms, so you're being advised to bring tap water to a full rolling boil for 1 minute before using it for drinking, cooking, brushing your teeth, making ice, preparing formula if you're feeding a baby, and also washing your food. Also to use bottled water when available. We know several organizations have been out in the Menasha area giving out bottled water to residents. We know that the Piggly Wiggly in Menasha was one of the people leading that charge, started handing out bottles of water early this morning. We are keeping an eye on volunteer efforts. That's why our Bria Jones is there right now in Menasha. We plan on checking in with her in just a bit. We also have been getting updates from officials all morning and afternoon long, including that this emergency curfew that was put into effect last night will remain in effect tonight and for the days to come until further notice. That is according to the City of Menasha Police Department. So from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m., the City of Menasha is under that curfew. That's so first responders and crews can work to pick up this damage that we've been seeing. And also, we're seeing it firsthand right here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Service, getting internet and service has been a big problem right now as all these down power lines are here. I want to pull up that map one more time showing where our reporters are. So Christina is in Menasha right now, that town just in the middle of Appleton and Neenah that you see right there on your list. According to National Weather Service, hit the hardest by this confirmed EF3 tornado that tore through the area just before noon yesterday. Going to hopefully check in with her as well as some of our other crews in just a little bit, that when we can get that service cleared up and hopefully the connection better, because we do know, of course, we're out in Brown Deer about an hour and a half away, so getting that connection in itself is difficult. Put storm damage on top of it makes it even more difficult. But we're here to bring you the very latest. We're tracking it from our newsroom. Any updates that we get, we'll bring to you right here on Fox Local. So keep it right here. We'll be right back in 2 minutes. Stay with us.
Wisconsin Live Desk.
2:30 on your Tuesday afternoon. Thanks for being with us here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Give you a live look in the Menasha area right now. Or Menasha rather, excuse me. Bria Jones on the road right now, surveying some of the damage that we're seeing there after an EF3 tornado tore through the area yesterday just before noon here, to give you guys some perspective as to where this is and where we're looking. So this is out near Appleton, a little bit south of it in the Menasha area and Neenah. Appleton, Menasha, and Neenah have all issued disaster proclamations. And then following that, Governor Tony Evers also declaring a state of emergency this morning, saying this emergency declaration will ensure every available resource is deployed so we can respond quickly to the needs on the ground, and then goes on to thank everybody for their help who are already working. And as we've been seeing on the ground in Menasha, there's been several organizations stepping up. Red Cross, we got an update from them at 2 o'clock saying 38 people stayed with them last night, and they will be keeping their shelter open there. Evers going on to say, together we will recover and recover stronger, and I ask everyone to keep the families and communities affected in your thoughts over the coming days and weeks as they rebuild. Taking a look at some of the damage that we've been seeing here, this drone video just incredible, showing an above view of the Menasha area right now after that tornado did rip through. We're seeing roofs ripped off of homes, so much debris, trees downed, as neighbors are not even sure where to start, some of them, as they're looking at some of the damage that we're seeing here. I want to circle through some of what we've been seeing here. This is just showing another shot of that damage. This was right after the storms rolled through. Do you see that car flipped over? Just absolutely incredible and devastating images that we're getting out of this area today. Our reporters spoke actually with some people on the ground. Here is what one of them had to say. I'm going to bring up the audio here to see what we can bring you.
I called them right away. I called my oldest daughter. She's 15. I told her to go to the basement, but then our phones were not working. So she seen that text and she ran. And then when they seen when the water was coming in and the force, they tried to close the door. And then my husband's uncle came, and that's when he got the girls, and he took the girls with him. I was worried about.
Yeah, just neighbors shooken up after that rolled through. This is actually video captured from our weather vision camera yesterday, just before noon, as that storm was rolling into Appleton. Of course, people having to endure this tornado, surprised that they were even able to survive this. Of course, EF3 is high on the damage scales and something that we've seen in this area in a while now, but just incredible shot of that tornado, or the storm rather, rolling in. And of course, we do know that a tornado was confirmed to have touched down in the Appleton area. We know that. I'll pull up those statistics there of the specifics actually. So according to the National Weather Service damage survey team, a tornado touched down right around 11:56 just north of Wisconsin Avenue in Appleton. So there's a shot right now of the downtown area. And then the tornado rapidly intensified as it tracked south into Winnebago County, according to that National Weather Service report there. So this was just the beginning of that storm before it touched down there, down in Appleton. So obviously just devastating what we've seen across the board here, just looking at some of that damage. We also know that a lot of customers are without power. We checked in with our reporter, Christina Van Zelst, who's in the Menasha area. We lost connection with her because power outages are a big thing that services are being worked on. We do know that the city of Menasha specifically isn't served by We Energies, but rather their own municipality. But we do know these are some of the outages that we've seen around the Menasha area here. Just looking at some of the outages right now, Kenosha actually down south is actually experiencing a lot of power outages right now, 11,700. We also know that they were hit with storms. We were as well in Milwaukee County. We're at 500, Racine 400. Again, the Menasha area is not served by We Energy, so they are not on this list. But you can only imagine the amount of people who are without power, without homes right now. Several businesses destroyed as well. As we take a look at some of the damage, we did hear from We Energies right now. They posted this yesterday, just kind of talking about the outages as they survey the damage that was done in the area.
Crews are working nonstop after severe thunderstorms swept across Wisconsin, causing widespread power outages. Some of the most severe damage is here in Appleton and the Fox cities. As you can see on this roadway, a destructive storm completely snapped an entire line of utility poles bringing down power lines and scattering trees and limbs all across this roadway. Our crews are continuing to tackle these challenges head on. They're working quickly and safely to make repairs and restore power to all of our customers who have been affected by these very damaging storms. If you're without power, you can use the We Energies app or our online outage map. That way you can get updates and information about your specific outage, as well as the repairs that our crews are making all across the state. We sincerely appreciate your patience as our crews tackle this extensive damage and work around the clock until every last customer has their power restored.
That update there from We Energies, and just the last few hours there talking about it, we know Brendan Conway, spokesperson with We Energies, joined us, just kind of giving an update on the efforts. But of course, we know that that damage is significant, and it's going to take a lot more than just power outages that are the priority right now down in the Menasha, Neenah, and Appleton areas. Just to give you that map right there one more time, just showing the areas that we are talking about. So I like describing this because where you see that Appleton tag right there, just along that line is Wisconsin Avenue, and that's where the National Weather Service says the tornado touched down yesterday just before noon. It then strengthened in intensity and barreled south towards Lake Winnebago, where you can see Menasha right there, or into Winnebago County rather. So as it barreled down towards there, that's when things got intensified, which is why the Fox Crossing and Menasha areas are the areas where we are seeing the most damage right now. Bria Jones and Christina Van Zelth both on the ground right now in the area surveying some of that damage. We're going to check in with our reporter Bria in just a few minutes right now, but we are going to take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk, but your weather coverage continues right after this. Stay with us.
Wisconsin Live Desk.
Continuing to survey that damage out in the Menasha, Appleton, and Neenah area after an EF3 tornado tore through the area just before noon yesterday. Taking a look at that drone video again, showing the damage. I feel like I cannot show this enough just to stress how hard these communities were hit here. This is a neighborhood showing from above after the tornado did really just rip through the area. You can see roofs are off of homes, the damage around, roads blocked off from downed trees, debris, power lines down as well. We have several crews on the ground in Menasha right now, including our Bria Jones. She's kind of been focusing on the recovery efforts and volunteer efforts that are underway. Bria, I know that seems like you were just speaking with an official there, because I know they've been giving out bottled water. It sounds like you got an update just now.
Yeah, Maddie, I had a chance to speak with a manager here at the Piggly Wiggly, which is on Midway Road here in the town of Menasha. And he just told me that honestly they have received so many donations. I'm going to turn the camera around so you can just really see some of the damage too as I give you these updates. But the Piggly Wiggly here, if we could kind of turn this camera around, the Piggly Wiggly here on Midway, they are offering bottled water. You can see it here off to the side. They actually said that they just got a donation. This donation, they said, is allowing them to continue to give out more bottled water. You could also just see some of the damages to the nearby businesses. It didn't appear that the Piggly Wiggly had much damage, but we are starting to see a lot of damage here on Midway, which is a new area for us because earlier we were on Plank Road, which is where a lot of the devastation and destruction is. But if you look over here, you could just see these down power lines, which is obviously causing a lot of issues. There are a lot of people here in this community that are without power. But getting back to the Piggly Wiggly, there are a lot of people obviously without power, and we know that the city here is under a boil water advisory for a specific amount of customers. And so essentially what they're saying is they're urging people to use bottled water for cooking, for washing dishes, and Piggly Wiggly is offering people opportunity to come and get free cases of water. And so, oh wow, they're just really taking this all in here. If you can see just from this front camera, the power lines are kind of falling in towards the road here. Again, this is Midway Road in the city of Menasha. And so the Piggly Wiggly, the manager was just saying moments before the live shot that they actually got a new donation that will allow them to continue to give out bottled water today and as well as tomorrow, because it was first come, first serve for a lot of people who, again, look at this community. You can just see the down power lines. These people are without power, a lot of them sitting outside of their homes, really just trying to catch a breeze, and for most of them, obviously trying to clear this debris out of their yards. So we actually just left the Christ of Rock Church, where we had a chance to speak with the Red Cross. I know you guys just had them on the Wisconsin Live Desk, but really just to reiterate, I think they said last night they had about 38 people that stayed at the shelter, and today they said over 70 people came out there to get their resources. And that's really kind of been our part of the story here today, not only just surveying the damage here, but now looking at the path forward. And so the Red Cross was telling us that, again, 38 people needed shelter last night. Today they said so far, as of, 2:30, there were at least 78 people or more that actually came today seeking resources as well. And so they're offering shelter for those who need it. It's a 24-hour shelter. Again, that's at Christ of Rock Church, and that is out actually in Appleton, so not too far here from the city of Menasha. And so essentially the Red Cross, they say they do need volunteers, but they're urging volunteers to go to the Red Cross's official website to sign up to volunteer. And they're also saying if you want to bring donations, they're asking really for monetary donations and water, because that really is the need here, Maddie.
Yeah, especially, you touched on that boil water order that's still in effect right now because of the storms yesterday. I'm putting this up on everybody's screen so they can see it just one more time, because it is in effect for Fox Crossing residents east of the Fox River. And this is because of the low water pressure that may have allowed contamination into the water system following those storms, just making it's super essential there to have the bottled water. I know that's one of the big things in ways, because I mean, I'm sure you've been seeing too, just scrolling on Facebook, the amount of people that want to help right now, but also that people need to let, first responders and crews do their thing, because it's 360 damage everywhere you turn. You see the devastation there.
Yeah, Maddie, honestly, 360, that's really a great way to describe it. I can't even really describe to you the magnitude of the damage here. Widespread just does not do it, but that really is what it is. We're seeing widespread damage across the city. And I also had a chance to speak with Operation Barbecue Relief, which is a nonprofit. They go around the country really responding to natural disasters and offering resources to people. I'm going to come over here just so you guys can see a lot of the debris here in this neighborhood. We're getting a good mix of contractors, and we're also seeing people just coming out of their homes to take care of this mess that's been left behind by this EF3 tornado. And what with the natural disaster, again, is bringing in so many different organizations, and I think that's a whole other story. Obviously, that's when we look to Contact 6 and other investigators and experts to really get into even the BBB when we talk about making sure that your contractor is licensed and that you don't obviously give your you don't give the work that's needed to be done to someone who may try to take advantage of the situation. But there are so many organizations and people that are coming to the city of Menasha really just to offer support and to let people know that they care and that they are here to help them. And so that's what we saw at the Christ and Rock Church, talking to the Red Cross and then talking to different organizations that were really even just out there coming again from all over the country wanting to help feed people, because obviously they're saying that for some people this is the worst day of their lives. This is something that they never thought they would have experienced, and now so many of them are without shelter, they're without air conditioning in the summer, and they're offering people a cool place to come and spend the night, as well as somewhere where they can get food and seek shelter, of course. And so that's really a need for a lot of people. This area here, I'm not seeing much structural damage to the homes, which is a really good thing. But some of these homes are literally unrecognizable. Some of them have been torn down. Some of them are no longer standing. We're seeing cars that have been absolutely just devastated. And so we're in a neighborhood here now. We're turning around, heading back out to show you some more of that destruction. But again, this is in the city of Menasha. The officials here, they're also really just urging people to kind of hold off on the donations. I believe during the press conference earlier, they were saying how they were kind of inundated with supplies and at one point maybe a little overwhelmed. So it's really important that people, we know you want to help. They're saying right now the best thing to do is to give them a monetary donation. They also, if you go to the City of Menasha Police Department, they have a volunteer and donation update, and as well as a QR code that you can scan. They're asking people to volunteer with the Fox Cities to be given an official assignment. And so we have the city of Menasha obviously working hard to restore and bring restoration to their community. And then we have the Red Cross, which we know is always there when disasters hit people that are unexpected. And that's really the portion of the story that we are following here. I'm just looking ahead. I mean, Maddie, you don't see damage like this every day. Really nice. This is honestly some of the first times I'm seeing the uprooted trees, because what I was noticing was that the trees, a lot of them are missing the tops. And so I was wondering exactly how the wind swooped in. And I think we might, how the wind kind of swooped in and really impacted this area here. But this is what we're seeing. A lot of the people obviously now, this is day one of moving forward and getting things back on track here.
Bria, what was it like getting up there? Because I just did a quick Google search, hour and a half from Brown Deer, which is our station, to Menasha. What were you uncovering? Any traffic? I know the officials had talked about checkpoints for people to check if you are even a Menasha resident. Did you encounter any of that or any challenges on your way up there?
We did not see any checkpoints, but I will say our biggest hurdle really was the down power lines. They are everywhere, and you never want to assume that a line is off. That's what officials are warning people. That's one of the most important takeaways for me from the press conference. Do not assume that any of these wires are dead, okay? Do not try to drive around them. Right. I'm trying to see, even looking in front of us at this camera shot here, you can kind of see, I'm gonna try to zoom in the best I can. You can see, if you take a look here, these power poles, they're down all over, and that just goes to show, the work ahead. And maybe we just drive straight and stop, because again, we've been very careful. Closer to let's see here. Obviously we want to keep a safe distance, because that's what we're telling everybody else to do, and we need to do so as well. But they got the cones here, so we're right in front of the cones. But as you can see, look at this. I mean, This is really what we're seeing all over.
Wow.
This power line has snapped at its base, and this is now really stopping people in their tracks. This is really our biggest hurdle here, the down power lines. And if I can kind of position this in the right way, you'll be able to see. I mean, I'm counting at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 poles just from what I can see from this one shot here, Maddie. These are all power poles that are that have either snapped, or this one right here in front of us is hanging in balance. And so there's going to be a massive undertaking of work that has to be done. And so that's why they're waiting on a state of emergency so they can call in the federal resources. They've already called for mutual aid, and people have shown up. We're seeing so many different emergency response vehicles and so many different organizations that have really wrapped their hands and arms around this community already. And thankfully, we know it's only going to grow when those federal resources get here, because how do you can't even get down your road. There are some people who cannot get to their homes, and it's really just the scale, because when you have tornadoes and you're out in the field, it's really interesting to kind of see how these things work. But just next to us, there's a neighborhood that it seems like these homes really were not even touched.
Yeah.
I'll send it back to you in the Wild studio.
Yeah, I know you can see too cars encountering those power lines and then realizing they can't get through and driving away. Bria, please stay safe out there. We'll try to check in with you once again, and of course your report on Fox 6 News at 4. But just incredible images that we're seeing out there. Just taking a look at that shot just one more time, completely blocking off this road here in Menasha as they continue the recovery efforts after that storm rolled through yesterday afternoon. We are going to take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. We'll be right back in 2 minutes. Stay with us.
Wisconsin Live Desk.
Hard to believe that summer is, guys, almost over here. We have about a month left, and fall is coming closer, and you know what that means. Football season starting to get underway. The Packers players are reporting to training camp today, and then practice begins tomorrow. I want to check in with our sports director, Tim Van Voren, right now. Tim, can't believe it's already here.
I'm with you, Maddie. I've been doing this many years. I'm with photographer Tanner Hempker today. There's a psychological shift when you come to Green Bay for the start of training camp. It's one thing to come up here for the off-season workouts and the draft and that sort of thing. Training we're locking it in. The Packers are, the coaches are, the fans are. We are as well. We're kind of moving around a little bit today. It's our last chance to do that and get some different things here in town because starting tomorrow morning, first practice, we're locked into that sideline duty and heading up to the locker room and talking to the guys. And you pretty much fixate on football starting today. So we're up here previewing things today, Maddie, and Green Bay looks like it'll be ready to entertain a lot of fans for another season of high expectations.
So excited to have you back for Packers Tuesdays, Wednesdays, or whenever it is. Such a great time there. I know a lot of eyes are on Tucker Kraft and then also Micah Parsons recovering from their injuries. What type of things are you going to be looking out for once practice gets underway tomorrow?
Well, neither will be out there from the sound of things right now. Parsons certainly won't. Tucker Kraft had kind of given some mixed signals during the offseason. Maybe he'd be out there for the start of training camp. He's going to be such a big part of this Packer offense this season, Maddie, and he's due a contract extension in the near term here. So I think everybody's being very cautious about when he comes back after suffering a knee injury last season. The Packers had severe injury problems to some of their main players last season. Obviously, Tucker Kraft, Zach Tom, Devontae Wyatt, Christian Watson went down at one point, Micah Parsons. So these are players that you have to get back out on the field to be at your best, and they're going to be very cautious about that. Last year, all those guys other than Watson were missing at the tail end of the season when the games matter the most, and the Packers lost their last 5 games last season, Maddie. So this season, the idea is to have their big players out there for the biggest games of the season at the end.
And quite a season, too, I mean, from what we saw there. So hopefully can start fresh heading into this one. And you had mentioned Micah Parsons, very active on social media. I've been following him a lot on X, just kind of seeing his posts. One of them that I wanted to bring up here saying that the Packers' new facilities are bleep nuts, grateful to be a part of this organization. Can you talk a little bit about the new things that they have in store for the players this season?
Yeah, they have really retrofitted the Lambeau Field campus. We used to be in one area for the media auditorium. That room was taken away earlier this season, made into an equipment room, Maddie. And actually, they put in a new floor and it's a 2-floor room now for equipment. They have extra weight room facilities for these guys. They've really tricked it out. The players are what the investment needs to be in any NFL organization. The Packers have long believed that. So they are catering to the needs of these players who can have everything done for them at the stadium and do themselves. The working out, the conditioning, the dietary aspects of things. They can basically spend their days there. Micah Parsons has been very appreciative of the way he's been treated by the Packers, so he continues to praise the organization. It's all well and good. Let's face it, 31 other teams feel pretty good as they open training camp as well. Expectations may be different, but everybody says this is our year to reach our goals, Maddie. We'll see if the Packers can do that.
Yeah, and just kind of one last thing before I let you go, Tim. What's your kind of outlook going into this season for the Packers? Any feelings, mindsets that you're doing heading into this season?
Curiosity as much as anything else. The Packers have been a very good team for a long time, but just outside the elite teams in the NFL for the last several seasons. They haven't won an NFC North Division title since the Bears have, and the Lions have, and the Vikings have. Can you believe that? The Packers behind all their own teams in the division there. So the Packers are a very good team. They think they can be an elite team. That's what it takes in the NFL, and I think that's where the expectations are for a lot of fans. The extensions of head coach Matt LaFleur, general manager Brian Gutekunst make the organization look as though they are ready with this group to go forward. They've put their money where their mouth is. Now it's up for those guys and this roster to make something happen when the games matter the most, because Packer fans have said, hey, it's a fun playoff ride when you get in there, but if you're the 7th seed and you're going to bow after one game, that's not the type of fun we expect to have on a recurring basis.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how things evolve, especially because, correct me if I'm wrong, Game 1, August 13th in Pittsburgh?
For preseason, September 13th for the first regular season game at Minnesota. So it's all coming. Family night. the preseason schedule, the regular season schedule, and the Packers hope a lengthy postseason schedule, Maddie.
Now I just got to get out my UGG boots, and then I'm all ready to go for the season.
Don't rush that. Come on. Don't rush that on us.
I love fall, but you're right. I shouldn't rush it because
it's coming.
Yeah.
It's coming. You don't have to rush it. It's coming.
And they've got some work to do, so hopefully maybe not rush it to give them that time. But looking forward to your reports heading into camp this week, Tim. Thanks so much for joining us here on the live desk. We're going to take a quick break here, actually take you back out to Menasha right now, check in with one of our Fox weather correspondents actually who is on the ground right now. We can see that after this EF3 tornado hit yesterday just before noon, it's now been getting national attention. So we are going to check in with Katie Byrne in just a few minutes right now. So stay tuned for that report. We'll be right back in 2 minutes.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
It's been a little over 24 hours now since that now confirmed EF3 tornado tore through the city of Menasha as well as Neenah and Appleton areas. We've been bringing you coverage there all day long, and it's actually garnered some national attention. I'm sure you've seen the headlines from several national outlets. We actually do have a correspondent out there from Fox Weather out there right now, Katie Byrne, joining us now. Katie, I know you just got to the Menasha area today. Kind of talk about what you're seeing right now.
Hi, Maddie. Well, we're still in the very early stages here of the cleanup, the recovery process, and just really officials trying to figure out where are the hardest hit spots. But for a lot of people, this is what many consider to be ground zero of the worst of the damage here in Menasha, where a local disaster declaration has been declared. You could see what a number of homes are looking like on the ground. This one has been totally destroyed. I spoke with the owner here, Adriana. She wasn't home when the tornado hit yesterday right around lunchtime and tracked on the ground for roughly 12 miles for over 20 minutes. But she says her two daughters were home. The oldest, 15 years old, she was able to call them and tell them to duck for cover in the basement before an uncle nearby was able to come get them out. They are safe, but Adriana was telling us that this is a total loss for her. She just moved to the area a couple years ago. They completely renovated the house, and they had a dump truck here earlier with tons of family and friends showing up trying to sort through what you're looking at. Couches in the middle of the grass and essentially what looks like piles of sticks that once was part of their home. She also said that some neighbors nearby, which you really can't tell where those houses were. She said there's a house behind her that's gone. Some of the other homes you could see are tilted or the roofs have been ripped off, and she's had trouble getting in touch with at least one neighbor. So we're still waiting to hear if there are any missing people from officials. They do say a number of people were hurt and were treated at local hospitals, but in the latest updates from them, they're really emphasizing the fact that we don't have water here, we don't have power for most in this area, and cell service is limited. So some people, I think, are still having trouble getting in touch with family members right now.
Katie, it seems like everywhere you turn, it's just devastating to look at. I don't know if you can even put into words, but what's the feeling been like there since you were able to touch down in the city of Menasha?
I would say it's busy. We've got a lot of people on the ground here sorting through the damage, trying to check in on neighbors. People are showing up with bottles of water to hand out to folks who are trying to pick through this debris. You can see across the way from this damage that there's some folks there working on a home, and it looks like maybe one local utility worker on the ground trying to help with that power restoration, which officials say could take a few days at least for that full restoration here. But what's really staggering is just how heavily populated this area is. We have so many homes impacted because so many people live here. So that's really just wild to see, just the amount of volunteers showing up, but then also the amount of just local people who live here and are impacted by this. Still waiting on those exact numbers on how many homes are destroyed, but a Red Cross spokesperson did share that at least or around 40 individuals were seeking shelter last night. They're going to give us an update on how many people are displaced still today, but we know that there's cooling centers and shelters opening up for people because we have these power outages and, of course, a number of people displaced because of homes that they can't stay in anymore. And we also have heat right now. So going without power for a number of days in heat like this can be really dangerous.
Yeah, a lot of factors affecting recovery efforts there. Katie, what was your experience like getting down to this area? I know down power lines have caused road closures. Did you run into any obstacles to get to where you are now?
Oh yeah, it's really tough to get around. I mean, this is a street that's closed down right now, and really the only people around are people who live in these homes or volunteers who are showing up, which officials are actually telling people don't just show up unless you have an assignment as a volunteer because of the traffic that they're seeing and the trouble people are running into just getting around because of all the downed trees, power lines. Of course, the power has been cut off here, so you're not seeing those live wires, but it's very, very dicey getting around. Tons of nails sticking out of wood all over the place, and just a lot of people showing up trying to help, but officials are kind of trying to hold back some of that support until they really figure out where the most help is needed.
Yeah, so much still to uncover and a lot developing there in Menasha. Katie, thank you so much for joining us here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. But as you can see, just everybody we've been checking in with, our reporters, just experiencing the same type of things. Everywhere you look, there's damage, and just how widespread it is, and also how many people are affected in such close quarters there as people try to pick up what's left of their homes. Several businesses destroyed. I mean, we were getting that bird's eye view here from this drone video showing just kind of a more wider outlook of all the damage here. But I mean, as we've been saying, it's just everywhere you turn, everywhere you put the camera, there's something that's damaged, a roof torn off, road closures and everything. Also, of course, we know our reporters are doing what they can and following the right protocols to stay safe. But again, the city officials, right, especially in Menasha here, are saying to avoid this area if you can, because first responders need to clear those roads. Crews need to work to get people what they need here, of course. Some of the things that we do know that do remain in effect today, right now, we have a boil water order that's in effect for the village of Fox Crossing residents east of the Fox River, and then Menasha residents served by village of Fox Crossing utilities. So this means that they're being advised to bring tap water to a full rolling boil for a minute before using it for things like drinking, cooking, brushing teeth, making ice, preparing formula for babies, or washing food, and also to use bottled water when available. We do know that the Menasha Piggly Wiggly was kind of the first to jump on this morning, starting around 9 o'clock, handing out bottled waters to people. Those obviously got circled through pretty quickly, but our Bria Jones did just get an update from somebody at that Piggly Wiggly saying they got another donation of bottled waters that they are able to hand out to residents. So if you or a loved one in this area may be needing some bottled water, you are able to go to that Piggly Wiggly while those supplies last. Again, we were told by people who do want to volunteer, because there's been such an outpour of support and people wanting to help out. This is from the City of Menasha Police Department saying, at this time, volunteers are being placed on a standby while response needs are identified. Please do not report directly to damaged areas unless you have been assigned through an organized volunteer effort. So saying that if you do want to volunteer, you can go to this link, actually. It's getconnected.volunteerfoxcities.org, and you can be placed on that standby list as they continue to delegate and kind of sort out what exactly is needed. But again, as far as donations go, it seems like, according to our Bria Jones, bottled water is the big thing because of that boil water order that is in effect. So make sure that you are following those orders, or if you do know somebody in the area as well. Also, another thing still in effect, we got an update from city officials. This emergency curfew was put in effect yesterday. We do know that it will remain in effect at least for tonight and expected to be in the coming days as well. So from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. is that curfew for the city of Menasha as crews work to survey the damage, figure out what needs to be done and what needs to be picked up as well. But just extensive damage that we've been seeing out there in the Menasha area as we've been following it here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Our coverage does continue, but we are going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back in 2 minutes.
Wisconsin Live Desk.
Recovery efforts just beginning out in the Menasha area after an EF3 tornado tore through the area yesterday. Going to give you a live look at some of the pictures we've been seeing. This is from Fox Weather right now. Katie Byrne, she's a correspondent there on the ground, surveying some of the damage that we've been seeing. Here's another shot from our Bria Jones as she's been talking to volunteers and organizations such as the Red Cross and Operation Barbecue, who have been helping families in need, because the devastation we've just been seeing is across the board. Here's a drone shot just showing you some of the damage that we have been seeing. We are going to continue bringing you that coverage right here on Fox Local in just a few minutes. But for now, I want to go to some other news that's been developing today with Ridgeland Farms. Actually, we've learned that the lead vet for Ridgeland Farms actually had his license revoked today in a vote that I want to talk about. So I want to bring in our investigative reporter, Brian Polson. Brian, pretty big news regarding for Ridgeland Farms.
For a lot of people who've been watching this now for more than a year and a half, this was news they were waiting for the Veterinary Examining Board to finally deliver. This is a case that, if you look at the case number alone, it's 24 vet 158, which means it was the year 2024 when this case was filed. So these are based on complaints that date back 2 years. Richard Van Dommelen, the lead veterinarian of Ridgeland Farms, which, if you've watched the Wisconsin Live Desk, if you've followed Fox 6 News at all in the last couple of years, you know by now that is the farm in western Dane County that has been breeding beagle puppies for scientific experiments for 60 years, since 1966. That ended July 1st of this year when Ridgeland Farms surrendered its state dog seller license. Now, they're still operating for now, but it is sometime next month, I believe around the middle of the month, that Ridgeland Farms will permanently close after they release the last dogs that are on the property there. And we'll talk more about that in the days and weeks to come. But for now, this was the lead veterinarian finally facing the result of his disciplinary hearing. That disciplinary hearing, Maddie, really focused around a few things, largely delegation of medical procedures, veterinary medical procedures by Van Dommelen to staff members throughout the facility who were not trained or licensed as veterinarians, or in most cases even certified veterinary technicians. They were just employees who were given the responsibility of performing eye surgeries on dogs using using scissors, essentially, to cut eye glands out of dogs who had swollen eye glands. We also learned from the records that were released today, dental extractions were a part of that as well. Those were delegated to people with no training. And years ago, we know it wasn't necessarily in the last few years, but within the last maybe 8 to 10 years, we know they were doing devocalizations, where they would actually remove the vocal cords from dogs because, of course, that could be, I guess, annoying to researchers. So maybe some research facilities didn't want loud barking dogs, so they would remove their vocal cords. The real thing here, Maddie, is that they found that he had delegated these procedures in violation of state law, and that many of those procedures involved pain that was not properly treated, so these dogs suffered, and that was ultimately deemed to be unprofessional conduct. Dr. Van Dommelen, whether we can still use the title of doctor or not, he doesn't have a veterinary license. I guess he still has the schooling and the training in that regard, but he no longer has a license because the veterinary board voted today to accept his voluntary surrender, and by virtue of that, permanently revoke his license to practice in the state of Wisconsin. So it really is kind of the most recent domino to fall, and we'll have some more details from that coming up on Fox 6 News at 5, and of course that'll be all over our socials. We're seeing it on the vertical videos and TikTok and Reels and everything else, but it's already getting a lot of attention, a lot of response from around the country.
Yeah, absolutely. And I encourage, for those of you watching right now who may want to kind of dig into this, Brian, you have such a great series of content that you've been following. I mean, also Bred for the Lab, those pieces that you did months ago now, but just seeing the way that it's evolved over time has truly been incredible. So, of course, we appreciate all the work that you've done there, especially as things continue to develop. Kind of what's next now? As after this vote happened, of course, he's got his license now revoked. What are kind of the next steps? We know all of the dogs are out, but what are you looking to now when we're talking about Ridgeland Farms?
Actually, all the dogs are not out. There's still about 100 and some that, or maybe a little more than that, that remain at Ridgeland Farms that have been part of an ongoing experiment of some kind. We know they were finishing up some contract work back in June, I think it was, a group called Big Dog Ranch Rescue, which has really been a big part of a lot of the rescue efforts here. They paid for these dogs. So some have objected because they paid Ridgeland Farms for the dogs, but they bought the dogs so they could be sent out to rescue homes all across the country and adopted out by beagle lovers. Well, they agreed to get these last dogs out. They contractually agreed to allow Ridgeland to finish up whatever research it was working on, and then they would get these dogs. They were promised these dogs would not be harmed, that they would still be adoptable at the completion of that. We're told that's going to be happening probably by around the middle of August. And when that happens, the last beagles will come out of that facility. That's really the last big thing to happen with regard to Ridgeland Farms. Now, beyond Ridgeland Farms, you still have a research industry that is shifting away from animal testing, but that shift is still something that is in process. And there's a massive facility in upstate New York called Marshall Bioresources, which has, I think it's something like 8 times the size of Ridgeland Farms, just in terms of the beagles that are housed there alone, much less a lot of other animals that they have. Many animal rights activists are focusing their attention on that facility. But for Ridgeland Farms, I think really this piece, Richard Van Domelen having his license permanently revoked, and then those last beagles coming out next month, that's really what a lot of folks have been watching this, have been looking forward to.
Yeah, so not quite out of the woods yet then, like I thought. Still a few more weeks until that procedure or whatever that they're studying is over. I want to kind of switch gears now, because I know you were in Madison yesterday following that shooting with Madison police officers. Corey Ruiz, a 38-year-old, who was shot and killed. Police say that he was armed with a knife. I know you kind of dug into who he was, and you kind of discovered that this wasn't his first run-in with police.
No, and I think one thing I want to talk about here, because we've had several people ask, why are you looking at Corey Ruiz's past? What does that have to do with the interaction that happened that day between him and Madison police? And I will tell you that in some ways, it's a media knee-jerk reaction when there's a police shooting to go, let's look at the background of the person who got shot, almost as though if they were a criminal and they did some things wrong, then they must be to blame. That's not the case at all here. Nothing we find in his background will either justify the shooting that happened or will condemn the police officers who engaged in that shooting. That will be determined by the independent investigation, or by the investigation that's being done by the Wisconsin Division of Criminal Investigation. But why is it relevant? Why did we care? Well, one thing we know about Corey Ruiz is he didn't just have a criminal record. He had one of the most substantial criminal records I think I've ever seen on someone at 38 years of age. 30 criminal cases in his adult life, which is only goes back 20 years. So since 2007, he's had 30 criminal cases that were charged. But more importantly, and more relevant to what's going on here, is that 9 of those cases charged involved resisting, obstructing, threatening, or injuring police officers. So he's had a lot of prior incidents where he has either not followed officer instructions, physically resisted them, made threats against them, or in fact, in some way, injured them. I don't believe in any of those cases he was armed, as police are saying he was the day that he lost his life, when they say he had the knife and cut one of the officers. But we do know that he, at least in one case, used his knee to kick an officer or at least allegedly, kick an officer in the midsection. We know he was convicted in 8 of these cases. And one of the things that really stood out to me in looking through these records, and there are hundreds and hundreds of pages of records. I did this sitting at a kiosk at the Dane County Courthouse. One stood out to me was a 2021 case in which 4 police officers were attempting to arrest him, and they say he was drunk, he was intoxicated, but he made a series of threats, according to the officers. And among those threats, he said he made racist comments, he made homophobic comments, and he also told the officers that he wished they would die. He said he would beat them up. He used vulgar language. So those are direct threats against officers. Why is that relevant? Well, it may play into the state of mind of the person, Corey Ruiz, who was engaging with officers on the day he was shot and killed. But it could also actually have impact on the flip side. Maybe the officers were so familiar with him because 5 of these cases involved City of Madison police. Maybe they went into this interaction with a preconceived notion of how he would behave. Did that color how they may have acted? We don't know, but that's why looking into these records is so important. It's one of the reasons why we want to look into not only his background, but also the backgrounds of the police officers. And we haven't done that yet because their names have not yet been released. But once we know who those officers are, Maddie, one of the things we're going to be doing is looking at the disciplinary records and histories of the officers involved in this as well. Did any of them have any red flags that maybe they might be someone prone to using excessive force or someone who gave indications that there may be some disciplinary issues? We don't know. But those are all things we want to find out for you. That's our job. Let you know, and then you get to make the decision as our viewers and as members of the public what to do with that information. We're not making any judgments. We're just telling you what's in those records, and these records are pretty extensive.
Yeah, and you bring up a great point there. There's still so much to dig into on both sides, and of course, we're just here to bring everybody the facts. And I know digging through all of those records, you're doing that due diligence for our viewers there, Brian. And with both of these stories, actually, with Ridgeland Farms, and then also as we're also covering the shooting both in the Dane County area, Brian, of course, we'll keep an eye out for your reports this week as things start to develop on both of these stories. But thanks so much for joining us here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. I know you've been very busy this week especially, so appreciate you coming on.
I just want to show you one thing, Maddie.
Yeah, please.
This right here, this was, now court records cost $1.25 a page. The station coughed up $160 for these records. These are the Corey Ruiz criminal records, and these are just a sliver of them. But why, when you say, why is this important? I saw a lot of comments on social media, a lot of comments where people said, we looked at CCAP 4 days ago. Didn't you already know that? Well, CCAP, that's the online court record system in Wisconsin. You can see what someone's been charged with. You can see if they've been convicted or if the case has been dismissed. What you don't see is the details. What's in those reports? What did the officers actually see? What are their names? What really happened? And I think one of the things we learn and look, and we're still digging into these, one of the things we find is exactly how each party interacts. Maybe you look at these records ultimately and you go, you know, that's not so bad. That's not the way it sounded when I saw he was convicted. Or that sounds a lot worse than I expected. For instance, some of those specific threats that he allegedly made and that he ultimately pleaded guilty to. That's why we dig. That's why we look at these things, because what you see online is a snapshot. It's a sliver. When you really dig down into the details is when you find more about what has happened. And obviously that's our promise here at Fox Local and Fox 6 is that we'll do that for you.
That's why the investigative work is so important, Brian. And even, can you show us those papers again? Just that gives me anxiety.
Again, this is there. Let's see. This is 160 pages, and like I said, I probably could have printed out about 700 pages from those records, court transcripts. There's a sentencing transcript where we actually get to hear from Corey Ruiz in his own words. And Maddie, I think it was really interesting. One of the things he said to the judge in one of his cases was, you know, I've had some concerns about my own mental capacity because of all I've been through, and I take drugs to use the word mummify the pain, numb the pain, whatever he meant by that. He says, I've got a drug addiction problem, but one of the reasons I have it is because I'm trying to deal with all the things I've been through. That gives you some insight into Corey Ruiz's mindset, and that's why I think looking into this stuff is so important, and it's why we take the time to do these deep dives and try to give you more context.
Yeah, and it'll definitely be coming up, I'm sure, in the coming weeks as we continue to learn more, because there's still a lot of unanswered questions, not an easy investigation to kind of pinpoint what exactly happened in the background by any means. That's why I'm so grateful for your reports, Brian, and also respect, because I don't know how you could sort through all those documents and not freak out, but of course, trained professional there. Literally, I'm like, I would crash out. You didn't see me on the way. You didn't see me on the way back from Madison in the car yesterday, thinking, "How am I going to do a report on this by 5 o'clock?" Are you kidding me? Actually, it was 6. That gave me an extra hour, but that's the job. That's what I'm paid for, right? Yeah, and if anyone can, guys, it's Brian Polson. We appreciate you coming on, talking about both those stories. But yeah, as Brian said too, still a lot to uncover there, just from police as well as Corey Ruiz's past as we dig into that as well. Of course, almost 1 week after that shooting where he was shot and killed by a Madison police officer. The city's oversight board actually said yesterday that, or the city leaders rather, said yesterday that the police shooting that killed Corey Ruiz will undergo a, quote, independent review by the city's oversight board. So they'll be looking into documentation, things like that, that Brian was kind of touching on. But of course, our commitment to bring that to you and that information right here on Fox Local. And then you guys can decide yourself and form those opinions as you see fit. But Brian out here sorting all that information, mad respect to him for that, because I know that is not easy, and we appreciate what he does on both sides with the shooting, and then also, of course, with all of his coverage with Ridgeland Farms, the beagle breeding facility. So we're going to take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. A lot to digest there, but we'll be right back after this. Stay with us.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Thanks for being with us here on your Tuesday afternoon. Kind of want to switch gears right now. I know we've been bringing you a lot of weather coverage out in Menasha and Appleton and Neenah after they were hit by that EF3 tornado. We do have reporters and crews on the ground surveying that damage, but also want to direct your attention to something that we had been covering this weekend following that barn explosion in Cedarburg. We know that an officer and his father with the Jackson Police Department, they are still in critical condition tonight following that incident. And there are community members and efforts underway to help him and his father out. Of course, I want to bring in Cheyenne Newman and Officer Jennifer Girk with the Jackson Police Department now, kind of talking about fundraising efforts that are underway right now. I know you guys are part of the Cops with Culver's fundraiser. Kind of talk about what you're doing there today.
Yeah, so we have the Cops at Culver's Day, which a lot of different Culvers are participating in, but we are doing an extra 10% donation for Officer Mike and his dad to kind of just help with the medical expenses, because we really care and we wish he was here tonight, because he normally is every Cops night. I don't think he's ever missed one. So we're happy to help and support him.
Yeah, absolutely. And my heart goes out to you both, who clearly know him very well. Can you kind of speak to his character? I mean, he sounds like a lovely human being if you're saying he always takes part in this whenever you guys do it.
Mike would absolutely be here right now if given the chance. We were talking about this earlier. He would be really upset that we're doing a fundraiser for him. Lieutenant Fager is one of the most selfless people that would give the shirt off of his back in a heartbeat to help others. And so the fact that Culver stepped up so quickly, they actually emailed me on Sunday and said, by the way, we're doing this. There wasn't any asking of permission. It was just, we're going to do this. The Police Lights at Christmas program is an awesome program too. Any money that is raised tonight, 10% of sales, will go to the Police Lights at Christmas program, and then in turn will be turned into gift certificates that we can use to give to people that officers come across in need, or if somebody just needs a little bit of kindness in their life. And so we're actually doing two fundraisers in one. 10% of sales will go to Police Lights at Christmas, and then the other 10% will be donated to Lieutenant Fager and his father for the recovery efforts, because they both have a long road of recovery ahead of them.
Yeah, it's so nice to see you guys with your support, and just the way that you even talk about him with a smile. I know seems like such a great human being. For people who might have never been to Cops at Culver's, or who want to help out and be a part of those proceeds that do go to his family, how can they get there? What times are you accepting donations? Kind of talk about that.
So for Jackson Culver's, our donations are until 10 p.m. tonight, and we're just going to take 10% of our sales, and it's just going to go out to Mike and his dad and the Police Lights of Christmas. And then there's also a GoFundMe page for Mike, and there's also a QR code for the Police Lights of Christmas for anybody who wants to make a donation. Yeah, it does a lot of good.
You can find more information on the Village of Jackson Facebook page. We have the GoFundMe link up there that'll go directly to his family. We're working on setting up fundraisers at a local bank. As soon as we have that information, we'll post it on our Facebook page as well. And if you go to the Police Lights at Christmas page, you can find the Jackson PD patch, and you can click on that. We accept donations for Police Lights at Christmas that'll specifically be returned back to the Jackson community. So even if you're not able to come out today, there's still ways of donating. We're also accepting donations at our police department for Lieutenant Fager as well too. So if somebody's in the area and they want to stop by and drop off a donation, we'll gladly accept them and make sure that it gets to his family.
And we do have the address of the Culvers that you guys are at right now, so hopefully people watching right now are able to make it out tonight. But again, our hearts go out to Lieutenant Fager and you guys as well, and of course speedy recovery are in our prayers for sure. Thank you guys so much for joining us, and get your custard and your Culvers if you can, supporting a really great cause.
We'll have officers here. Officers will be here handing out food 4 to 7. Feel free to stop by. We'll have a squad car tour. We have some goodie bags for the kids. There'll be a balloon magician from 4 to 7 as well. Swing on by.
Yeah, it sounds like a great thing, and for an especially great cause today as well. So thank you guys so much for joining us here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Again, that address you could see right there on your screen. Head out there. Cops at Culver's is something that they do more than once, but especially today is super important because 10% of those proceeds will go to the Fager family. And of course, we do want to say once again that our hearts do go out to his family. Such a freak accident tragedy there. Just want to put up his picture one more time. So great to see Officer Jennifer Girk with the Jackson Police Department just kind of speak to his character a little bit. And even Cheyenne, who organizes the Cops at Culver's events, also able to speak to him, just showing how active of a member he was in the community. Of course, he is in critical condition tonight along with his father, so we are praying for a recovery there. And then also you can get out to Culver's. They said they are accepting those donations, those monetary donations, until 10 p.m. there at that location there in Jackson. We are going to take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk, take you back out to some of the areas in Menasha that are seeing some of that damage after that EF3 tornado. But before we do that, I actually want to just push that address one more time if you are in that area and are able to make it out to Culver's tonight, talking about all the events they have. If you have kids, seems like a great cause there. And then of course the extra additive that the proceeds will go to Lieutenant Fager as well. Taking a quick break, as I said, here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. We'll be right back in 2 minutes.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Approaching the bottom of the 3 o'clock hour here, rather, we're in the bottom of the 3 o'clock hour. Thanks for being with us. It's Tuesday and a little more than 24 hours after a violent round of storms hit the Menasha area. That's just south of Appleton. Want to take you out to one of our crews right now, just kind of surveying the damage in the city of Menasha and also all the volunteer efforts that are underway right now. Here's what we do know about this. We know that this was a EF3 tornado. It was confirmed by the National Weather Service this morning. It was originally an EF2, but was then upgraded to that EF3. We know that the worst damage occurred in Fox Crossing and the Menasha areas, which is where this live picture is right now. Estimated winds near 140 miles per hour. This happened just before noon, touched down just north of Wisconsin Avenue in Appleton, and then made its way south into Winnebago County, according to that National Weather Service report. So just extensive widespread damage that we've been seeing across the board here. We have several crews out there, as well as a correspondent from Fox Weather who just got to the Menasha area as well. We checked in with Katie Byrne just a little bit earlier, just at some of the damage that we've been seeing. I want to bring in our meteorologist, Holly Baker, because this was crazy yesterday when it all happened. It seemed to happen so fast.
Yes, Maddie, it definitely happened very fast. I was at home. I was off yesterday, but it was very ominous just in general. Like the day, it was just giving like something was going to happen today. What I mean by that is just the clouds started to get very dark rather quickly. Temperatures were at a peak. They were really, really warm yesterday, and all of that stuff is ingredients to make strong storms. Now, although I have the lake swim risk in the background, just to touch more on that tornado. So this is the fourth EF3 tornado that we've had this year. And since then, so since this is the most we've had on record as far as EF3 tornadoes since 1984, 85. One of those, I believe it's 1984, was the last time that we've seen this many EF3 tornadoes in a year. Now, just to kind of give you even a better perspective of how active our weather has been, this year we've seen at least 40 tornadoes that have been reported across the entire state. So we have seen a lot of tornadoes, but in this case, as far as the damage goes, we are still seeing a lot of people, or hearing of a lot of people that have power outages. And it's not just for the Menasha area. It's also for people closer in our viewing area too, like Kenosha. Kenosha was also hit very bad as well. And you see those numbers here with We Energies. We're down to 25,000 people without power. I remember this number yesterday. I think the number was about 46,000. So we're doing a lot better, but it's definitely something that's still moving a little bit slower. Hopefully we can get these people some power and some help, especially before the weekend comes. Because we do got more rain that we're going to be tracking, unfortunately, Maddie. But in this case, I don't believe this is going to be a severe event. I believe it's just going to be a rain event for us for both Thursday and Friday. Or excuse me, for Friday and Saturday. So we're hoping for no severe weather, but the weather is constantly changing, and today we worry about a beach hazard. We got beach hazards right now just along Lake Michigan, as you see here, areas all in blue. And it's because we got some high waves, we got some stronger winds off of the lake, so that can also produce some of those stronger rip currents. So it is best right now, even though it is sunny outdoors, it's not really a day for people to want to go out to Lake Michigan. This beach hazard is a high risk at that. It's going to be all the way until tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Now, as we just fast forward and kind of look at more of what's going on currently, we're at 74 degrees, so a lot cooler today than what it was yesterday. We're going to warm back up a little bit more throughout the duration of this week, but 74 is actually comfortable. Dew points are at about 57, so not too bad. But we've had it where those dew points were even higher. So I think right now we're at a comfortable range. Wind from the northeast at about 14 miles per hour. Here's a look at the current dew points across southeast Wisconsin. So a lot of areas are overall doing okay. You got some spots where the dew points are a little bit higher in the 60s. That includes Watertown, Waukesha, Burlington, that particular area, seeing or feeling a lot more of those higher dew points, which means that the humidity and how it feels outdoors could be a little bit sticky at times. Now, looking at our temperatures here, because we have wind coming off of the lake, so from the northeast, we do have a lake breeze that's kicked in, so that is keeping us a little bit cooler by the lake in the 70s versus some of our inland areas in the 80s. As we head throughout the rest of tonight, we'll be in the 70s for the next couple of hours before we officially drop to the 60s overnight tonight. We're keeping conditions nice and dry today, definitely a 180 switch with our weather as we are nice and quiet across the entire state, which is great news because then we don't have to worry about rain while also trying to clean up. And then there's a lot of people with this cleanup process having to relocate. So it is good that the weather is behaving for now. As we look ahead with our Sky Vision Plus, so over the next couple of hours as we head into the rest of the days here, you're going to notice that we're going to keep conditions dry overall. Even as we head throughout tonight, you see here, conditions stay pretty dry. Heading into Wednesday, there's nothing but sunshine to talk about. Even Thursday, maybe a slight shower, but overall Thursday's looking to be fairly dry for the most part. Now, as we get closer to the weekend, that's when we can expect better chance for some rain. So that rain does return Friday and Saturday. We do got several lake breezes over the weekend into next week as we're going to be having wind come from the northeast and then eventually from the east at the start of the week. So definitely prepare for cooler temperatures along the lake. Not going to be too hot. I mean, one day to watch for sure will definitely be Thursday. Thursday, we got to have the heat index to be back in the 90s. So you want to make sure you're hydrating well ahead of time. But this is just what we're looking at overall, Maddie. I don't think it looks too bad, though. We got those 2 days of rain to worry about. And honestly, I'll say this. We still need the rain. We do get an update on our drought monitor on Thursday. I don't think the amount of rain that we saw yesterday, even though that was a record in one day as far as rain, we got almost 2 inches here in Milwaukee at the airport. Some areas got up to about 3 inches. That was a record for one day. I still think we need a few more days of just rain to kind of put our drought conditions under control.
That is crazy to me because that was going to be my question is, was that enough to get us kind of out of that concerning area with the drought and stuff? Because you see how much rain there was yesterday, but still not enough. Is it because we were dry for so long this month?
Yeah, and also too, Maddie, the reason why I'm hoping that the rain helped, we'll find out on Thursday, but me personally, I don't believe that I believe we need another day or so of more rain. And I only say that because the ground was so dry that the rain wasn't just soaking straight into the ground and the soil. A lot of the rain, when it was raining, it was sitting on top of very, very dry soil and it will run off. So that's where you get a little bit more of the flash flooding that had occurred just to the south of Milwaukee where some of those warnings were. So yeah, we got a good amount of rain, but I don't know if it was enough to necessarily fix the problem. It may have made conditions a little bit better, but I do think that after this weekend, we can look forward to the drought monitor next week and maybe see a bigger difference.
Okay, yeah, so hoping for rain, but not like the rain we saw yesterday. So to get us back in that range that feels comfortable. Holly, thanks for joining us here on the Wisconsin Live Desk as we continue to follow some of the damage that we've been seeing out in the Menasha area, just to give you some perspective as to where exactly that is. So Menasha, south of Appleton here, this is the map, but all 3 of these communities have declared disaster proclamations following that confirmed EF3 tornado. You heard from Holly, only the 4th one in Wisconsin this year. Let's take a look at some of the damage that we've been seeing. This is a live look from our FOX6 truck right now, just kind of looking at that damage. If you look to your right there, you can see a building that looks to be completely stripped of whatever was there and just kind of stripped bare. And then also the downed trees, Bria Jones kind of speaking a little bit, talking about the power lines and all of the damage that we've been seeing there because of that. Here's more of a widespread view of what we've been looking at. We're gonna keep checking in with the shots that our crews have up, but again, we do have several crews in the Menasha area right now as we continue to track this damage here that we've seen in and around the Menasha area. But we are gonna take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk, but we'll be back to wrap things up. Stay with us.
Live Desk.
Getting some crazy video out of Menasha right now. This is a live look from our truck, our FOX6 truck, just surveying some of the damage that we're seeing in neighborhoods in the area. I want to wait for it to pan because it was just, I was speechless when I was looking there. You can see just all of the damage there, the downed trees. Bria kind of speaking to too about how like windblown the trees are. The leaves just completely knocked off some of the branches here. I don't know if you guys are on Facebook at all, but I was kind of scrolling through today looking at some before and after photos. Just incredible from what we've seen here. We do know that the National Weather Service confirmed that an EF3 tornado tore through this area just before noon yesterday. Estimated winds near 140 miles per hour. So imagine that hitting these neighborhoods, doing a significant amount of damage as we've seen throughout the hours here on Fox Local and the Wisconsin Live Desk. We're told from the National Weather Service damage survey that the tornado rapidly intensified as it tracked south into Winnebago County. So it touched down right around 11:56 a.m., so just before noon, north of Wisconsin Avenue in Appleton, and then made its way down to the Menasha area. We do know that a boil water order is in effect and free bottled water is being given out at the Menasha Piggly Wiggly. It started this morning. They did run out of water, but then we did get an update from our Bria Jones that they received another donation and are able to hand out more bottles of water there. So the boil water order that's in effect is due to a drop in water pressure in the system that could make that vulnerable to contamination. Here's another shot. This is actually from our crew with Fox Weather, who is down in the Menasha area right now, also looking at some of the damage that we've been seeing. So just across the board, really devastating to see. Our hearts go out to the people affected out there in Menasha. Just some other things that we are keeping an eye on, because we did get an update from the Menasha mayor as well as the city of Menasha police just before noon today, saying that people are encouraged to not travel into the area as crews continue to work and try to pick up some of the damage. We know that several roads are blocked off. There's actually checkpoints, so people who are not residents cannot enter the area. We know places like Keegan Elementary School saw significant damage, as well as Calder Stadium, which is a sports venue for Menasha schools. If you are interested in volunteering, go to getconnected.volunteerfoxcities.org. You'll be placed on a standby list when they are able to allocate and delegate where people should go. But again, this is still just the beginning of the recovery process here in Menasha. You're going to want to stick around for Fox 6 News at 4. We have team coverage talking about this storm and its impact here. So keep it right here on Fox Local. Ben and Kim got you from here with Fox 6 News at 4, where our coverage on this weather will continue, as well as our other top stories of the day. Thank you so much for being with me here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. I know you had me for longer than usual, 2 hours here. We covered a lot. Make sure to take a deep breath and stay grounded, stay safe if you are or you know people in the Menasha area. Again, hearts go out to you to be safe. But thank you for being with me. Fox 6 News at 4 is next.
was looking out for me. People screw up, and I believe that he's going to do his best to get her trust back.
That deal, which I didn't want to do, just screwed everything, my whole life up, which was already screwed up in the first place, you know.
With stories that matter to you, this is Fox 6 News at 4.
Lives were turned upside down in a matter of minutes.
At first, I thought it was a dream. You know, never happens in Menasha.
Now at 4, that dream was more like a nightmare as the cleanup begins after what's now being called an EF3 tornado in the Fox Valley.
That is our big story today at 4. The huge job of cleaning up following yesterday's devastating storm has begun.
And today, Governor Evers declared a state of emergency for the area. We have team coverage of the storm, and let's start with our Bria Jones with a look at the cleanup. Bria.
Kim, right now we are near 5th Street and Plank Road. This is one of the hardest hit areas. I want you guys to take a look behind me. You can literally see power poles that have been snapped. You can also see debris a little bit down the road that is literally dangling on power lines. And that's really the problem this afternoon, as so many people in this area are still without power. But now the cleanup starts. So we can kind of pan over. We're seeing that people are on roofs all across this area. There's literally damage to every single home on this street. And so now this is where the hard work starts. This is where we're starting to see this community come together. Even just on this road, I see people that have damage to their homes with blown out windows. We see all of the shattered glass and debris, but they're still putting out cases of water, letting people know that, hey, if you're overheating or if you needed any relief, there is water here for you. Today we had a chance to check out the Red Crosses. They're also stepping up to help. They have a 24-hour shelter at the Christ of Rock Church in Appleton. You don't need an ID to go there. Last night they said nearly 40 people actually slept overnight at the shelter, and they say today they saw more than 70 people. That was at least 2 p.m. They saw more than 70 people that were coming by really to get some of those resources, as again, so many people are without air conditioning, with no power, so they're offering people just a place to cool down, whether it be a hot meal that you need. And they're also working to see if they can offer some sort of resources to get people showers. And with this boil water advisory in effect, we also did stop by Piggly Wiggly here in the city of Menasha, where they are really giving away free cases of water. And they said they've seen so many people even really coming by, donating truckloads of things, that they were also able to continue donating water after they ran out. And they will also be donating more water tomorrow to this community. Take a listen as we talk to the Red Cross and really people coming to take advantage of those resources.
This is really extreme compared to a lot of things that we have seen. We have had tornadoes come through, but really hitting the heart of a city and going through Main Street, and we haven't seen something like this in this area in a very long time.
It's crazy just driving down Midway Road to get here, and you're driving over the power lines, and you have, power lines hanging over your head that really don't seem to be connected to anything anymore. And, just being part of this community for so long, it just shocking.
Shocking, really, indeed, and also really just eerie, as you can only imagine just really the magnitude and how widespread this tornado was. I can't even really emphasize enough. There is really destruction and some sort of damage to literally every home, and it appears to be within at least more than a mile radius of Plank Road, which is where we saw most of the extent of the damage here. So you can only really imagine just how fast those winds were moving through this community. Thankfully, we have not heard of any fatalities from law enforcement. They did not give a number of injuries, but they also said that there's really obviously a silver lining here, but they kind of credited that to it being in the afternoon. Like the woman that you just heard from, she was actually at work when the storm moved through. So that's really kind of a silver lining, or a blessing, so to speak, in this situation. As far as the resources, again, as you can see behind me, the cleanup is just now getting underway. The Red Cross says really monetary donations are needed at this point, and if you do want to volunteer, you can go to their website for that. And also the city of Menasha, they've also kind of organized, and they have a QR code that they're asking people to sign up on if you do want to donate any time or resources or, again, money. You can find all that information on fox6now.com as well as the Fox Local mobile app. For now, reporting live in the city of Menasha, Bria Jones, Fox 6 News.
Bria, thanks, and that's very important. Officials don't want folks just showing up to the area. Please sign up through that QR code. And this morning, a number of officials in Menasha and in the Fox Valley gave an update on the damage and response to the storm.
The police chief said that for the next few days, Menasha will be under a curfew. It will go from 10 p.m. at night until 5 in the morning. That's so public works crews and emergency workers, they can safely work. There's also a water boil advisory for drinking water and anything used to clean dishes in parts of the city. Amazingly, no deaths reported from the storm and very few injuries. And the Menasha police chief has a theory why.
But I think what helped us was it was during the week. Everybody was at work. It was the middle of the day. Most people were, not at home and at their place of employment. That's the only thing we can really attribute that to, the low number of injuries and no fatalities that we've discovered yet.
Just heard from Bria a second ago echoing that. As far as future updates, they say much of that information will be coming from social media.
Surrounding communities jumped into action to help.
Christina Van Zel's joining us live with more on the cleanup effort there. Christina.
Yeah, Ben and Kim, as you heard from Bria, and just as I look around here, everywhere you look, there is damage. It's truly devastating on this street and every street that's parallel. This is just one of dozens of homes that we've seen destroyed from that storm, which is why additional resources from surrounding counties were needed to come in here and help clean up the damage. We talked with the Iron Ridge Fire Chief, Jason Keller. He is also a Mavis Division Vice President. Keller coordinates surrounding county fire departments in Dodge County to respond to Menasha. So last night, the Knowles, Brownville, Lamira, Fox Lake, Ashepan, and Iron Ridge fire departments were deployed to 2 stations here, one in Menasha and one in Neenah. They got to town at midnight and they were here through 8 a.m. this morning. Keller says they provided a strike team of tenders, which are vehicles holding water. That was in case there was any structure fires in Menasha because the water treatment facility here was damaged in the storm.
We can be from different parts of the state and come to a totally different area and work together seamlessly and be able to communicate, work together, have an understanding of what needs to be done. And we're all there for the same reason.
Now, Keller says once they were stationed here, they did not actually get called out to respond to any structure fires. They are back now resting as other shifts have come through to take over in helping these recovery efforts, but they say that they're always on standby in case they do get called to help again. Reporting live in Menasha, Christina Van Zelst, Fox 6 News.
So many people there to help. Christina, thanks.
And WWE icon Braun Strowman, along with the Milwaukee Milkmen and Great Lakes Championship Wrestling, are coming together for Fox Valley Tornado Relief. There's a drive that's happening Thursday from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. at Franklin Field. Some of the items they are looking to collect include bottled water and sports drinks, heavy-duty trash bags, work gloves and cleaning supplies, and diapers and baby wipes and baby formula, toiletries and personal hygiene products, non-perishable foods and snacks, pet food, pet supplies. Again, anything that you would need, that's what they're collecting this Thursday from 10 to 2 at Franklin Field. That's off of 76th Street near Loomis and Rawson.
We know Braun Strowman's bringing the muscle power that we're needed there.
And we are still dealing with power outages. We Energies is working, has been around the clock. The numbers improved dramatically. We're looking at 23,000 plus customers in all that are out of power. Kenosha, still a lot of folks struggling. 7,200 customers without power right now, 575 in Milwaukee County. But it's just been an incredible job for these folks. 2 storms in one day is adding to those outages.
Yeah, no air conditioning for all those people without power, and Mother Nature at least providing some cooler weather today and a whole bunch of sunshine for the cleanup effort that's ongoing.
Holly Baker, that is the relief. At least it's not the 90 plus sticky degrees that we have been dealing with.
Yes, like emphasis on how nice today is. I mean, for so many reasons, for the people to get cleaned up. Also, too, we just kind of would need a break after everything that unfolded yesterday. Now, as we recap on the amount of rain that we received, because we are still dealing with those drought conditions across southeast Wisconsin and even across our state. We saw record rainfall yesterday at the Milwaukee airport. So we had approximately almost about 2 inches. We got 1 3/4 of an inch. Some areas like Pleasant Prairie saw really right at 3 inches of rain. That's record rainfall in one single day. Now, you take a look here at our July Milwaukee rain in general, you do notice we haven't had many days of rain here, and barely even an inch on any of the days except for yesterday. So we're ending the month a little bit more on the wet note. We are expecting more rain as we head towards this weekend as well. And hopefully, though, this all rounds out our drought conditions as we head into next week. Now, we'll get an update on the drought monitor this week, but I do think that we really won't see improvements until after this week once we get another day of rain. We're nice and dry across the entire state, and that is great news for us. We will stay dry, though, as we head into Wednesday and perhaps Thursday's forecast as well. A bit cooler by the lake. We had a lake breeze that kicked in. We're right at 73 in Milwaukee. Much warmer out to our west there. 95 in Bismarck, 94 in North Platte. Now, you do see we have some 80s further out to our west. So Madison at 83, Janesville at 84. We're going to continue to monitor those temperatures. We will start to warm up a little more towards the middle of this week before we start to see another cool down over the weekend. But in the meantime, here's a look at that evening planner. So up until 7 p.m., keeping the sunshine around with temperatures in the 70s and a nice breeze from the northeast. We'll talk more, though, about the rain chance and the temperatures coming up next. Back to you guys at the desk.
Holly, thanks. The excitement is building in Green Bay. It's like the night before the start of school.
But instead of classes, the Packers will hit the practice field tomorrow for the first day of training camp. Tim Van Vorn has been there for many of these first days. He is stretching. We can't have an early season injury from you, Tim, up there in Titletown.
I appreciate the concern. My speed's a little off this year. My conditioning in the summer was subpar, so I have no excuse to not be ready to go tomorrow. The Packers are in the same boat. They're all in at work today. They won't be on the practice field until tomorrow. This is the path. They'll be coming down with the bikes tomorrow. There'll be no room right out here tomorrow morning because you'll have kids out here with bikes. You have big guys on little kids' bikes. It's always such a cool tradition here in Green Bay on the way over to the practice field for practice number 1 of training camp.